Well, good morning and welcome to the Banks Homes Riverside for game day 2 as Durham take on the Blaze, who are the Midlands-based Tier 1 side based in Nottingham. We'll go through the team news. Durham are unchanged from week 1 or game day 1 with Emma Marlowe, Susie Bates, Holly Armitage, Maddie Villiers, Bess Heath, Leah Dobson, Phoebe Turner, Catherine Fraser, Abby Glenn, Grace Thompson and Katie Levick. And the Blaze, full of current internationals, are led by Tammy Beaumont, Amy Jones behind the stumps, Catherine Bryce and Sarah Bryce from Scotland. You've got Georgia Elwes, Orla Prendergast, Ella Claridge, Josie Groves, Sarah Glenn, Grace Ballinger and Charlie Phillips. And news from the toss is that the Blaze have won the toss and elected to bowl first. As you can see them striding out in their orange shirts and black pants. And opening the batting for Durham will be Emma Marlowe and Susie Bates. And welcome, Ben.
Welcome, thank you, Ash. Good morning, everybody. Pleasure to be back here at the at Chester Street for the first time in this cricketing season, and couldn't think of a better opportunity as well to see this second game after the blazing start that Durham cricket women had against Essex in game 1. That 9-wicket victory here at Chester Street.
Yeah, it was a really good performance in game day 1, but I think today, looking at the team sheet from the Blaze, they look like they're a very, very well stacked side, and Durham are going to have to do it different today. They're going to have to bat first on the same pitch that we played with on Wednesday. It's still got a nice little covering of grass on, which should see the ball come on quite nicely to the bat. Going to have Grace Ballinger's going to open the bowling from the Finkel end.
Yeah, looked like a good toss to win from the Blaze this morning. Like you say, a little bit of greenery on the deck. Also noticed a couple of slight cracks. It looked like just at the crease at one of the ends. So definitely looked like a strong toss to win for the Blaze and the right decision to put Durham in.
Grace Ballinger left arm to start Susie Bates on strike, and a little bit of shape immediately evident. As you would expect, there's a little bit of a breeze going across the ground as you're looking on the screens from left to right, which should aid the swing of Ballinger. There's a little bit of moisture around, as you would expect with a 10:30 start as well. Although the ground is that dry that I was talking to the ground staff this morning, they did have to put some moisture into the outfield overnight, which is incredible considering we're still in April. That's a lovely on drive from Bates, but can't beat mid-on. So teams having a mixed fortunes to start with. Durham obviously on the back of a really good win. The Blaze were beaten by Lancashire in game 1, where the Blaze were 234 all out. Lancashire women knocked that off just 2 down with 5 overs to spare, with Emma Lamb 130 not out, the star of the show there. Nice tight start from Ballinger, no width. Just getting that ball to shape in nicely to the right-hander.
Yeah, always important, especially during these initial stages, these power play stages, to get that nice tight start. Try and make sure that Durham aren't allowed to run free a little bit. Obviously, Susie Bates, who's on strike right now, one of the stars of that opening win against Essex, 93 not out.
She does get a bit of width, but manages to close the bat face on this one, so it's another dot and a nice start here from Ballinger. 4 balls in. A few clouds in the sky, but definitely a bit brighter than what we had on Wednesday, where it was just full grey, and hopefully the sun can break through and we get a nice day. There's a nice little crowd over in the Don Robson Pavilion. Expecting another good game of cricket here at the Banks Homes Riverside. This one does beat the field by Bates. She'll pick up a couple, I think, as that one races out to deep mid-wicket. And they do pick up a couple as Bryce does the fielding.
Yeah, good shot there from Susie Bates. Just managed to ride the pace of the ball. Just looked like it was a little bit looser of a delivery there from Ballinger, and just manages to pick the gap.
It was nice to get off the mark, nice and early. It's been a good start from Ballinger. She's attacked the stumps, a little bit of shape in. This will be the last ball of the first over. And this one goes across the right-hander and beats the bat. So it's a good start from Ballinger. Both sides will probably be happy. Durham 2 without loss after 1.
Yeah, fantastic start to get things underway as the rest of the Tier 1 one-day cup matches start to get underway as well. We've got Essex against Warwickshire. They're playing at home in Chelmsford. Then we have Hampshire up against Surrey, and Somerset taking on Lancashire over in Taunton.
Some excellent matchups here in game day 2. It's the Metro Bank One Day Cup.
Looks like it's going to be Charlie Phillips who's going to be opening the bowling from the Lumley end. Continuing on with the pace early on, right-hand medium bowler. Ooh, good movement. Very, very nice movement. Just slightly drifting away and across from Emma Marlowe. Just feathered the bat at it slightly.
Yeah, Marlowe the one to miss out in the game on Wednesday. Susie Bates and Holly Armitage putting on an impressive partnership to see Durham home to victory. No doubt be a few nerves for Marlowe.
Straight at this time. Just offers the front face of the bat.
Yeah, that'll feel better. That's one in the middle of the bat, nice and early.
Always very interesting time period as well, isn't it? As soon as you get a brand new sort of organisation or a brand new creation of a side, see those star players breaking out down the leg side and given a wide by our umpiring crew, David Millens and Jasmine Naim. Watching proceedings over this one, and it is Millens who stands over this and gives the first extra of the day.
Yeah, Alex Swan, the match referee for today's game.
Width and Zhao to drive a little bit and mistimed in the field there. And that'll certainly help the confidence of Emma Marlowe as well. First run credited to her name of the day as they scamper through.
Yeah, you take that all day as a batsman, just that easy one to get off the mark. There's a little bit of swing here on show for both, as you would expect, that breeze coming across the ground. Right arm Phillips getting the ball to swing away from the right-handers, whereas Ballinger, the left arm from the other end, swinging it back in.
Ooh, wide and a wide swing, but too wide yet again from Charlie Phillips. Just been a little bit wobbly over this first over or so.
Yeah, that was short and wide. Bates through the kitchen sink at that one. Yeah, no contact. Sun's breaking through here, so might be a good morning to bat. Overhead conditions just changing slightly. The Blaze having won the toss and put Durham into bat.
That's better. That's better. Shaping in towards middle and off for Charlie Phillips. That's exactly the kind of area that she'll want to look to attack. Get that full length, make the batters play.
This was an excellent batting surface on Wednesday, and it looks like there's a bit of pace and bounce in it again today. Should be good for the stroke makers.
Width again. This time Bates can't quite capitalise on it. Tries to go for that big sweeping cut shot. Just can't quite get the timing off of it. Lengthy over so far for Phillips in her first, but so far not too much has come off of it. Predominantly the two wide balls. Last of this second over. tucked off the hips into the leg side. They'll look for 2. They'll stay at the 1 wisely for now. So a lengthy over, 4 off of it, including those 2 wides. Durham 6 for none.
Yeah, steady start. Just getting used to the conditions out there, but it is just starting to brighten up. Looks like could be quite a nice morning to bat. Durham in that first game, obviously chasing very, very well. Having to bat first in game 2. And a bit of roles reversed as well for the Blaze, who batted first in their game with Lancashire. Be Ballinger to continue from the Finkel end. You can hear how firm that pitch is there. Bates' bat slamming into it as she prepares. Nicely timed, but can't beat the fielder there at short mid-wicket. It's good field placing that, with that ball shaping in, just in a catching position, just to keep that in Susie Bates' mind.
And that's what having all of these fielders inside the circle allows you to create. Get some of those shorter fielders closer into the bat. Any sort of half chances become a little bit more dangerous.
Bates advances down the pitch, but can't beat mid-on. It doesn't look like there's many gaps out there, Ben, when you look at that field. There's no slips in place, so you've got really strong, I guess, ringed field. You've got third man in place. You've got a fielder at point. You've got your covers well and truly stacked, with 1 on the ring and 1 a little bit straighter in Tammy Beaumont there, the captain, in more of an attacking position. Mid-off on the circle, mid-on, catching mid-wicket. Square leg, who's very, very square round towards mid-wicket as Bates drives, but again can't beat mid-off. You've got a fielder out in the deep on the leg side, sweeping.
Yeah, it's a good field to start off with for Ballinger in that sort of, like you say, attacking formation. It's asking Bates to either be very, very precise with her timing and pick those very small gaps that there are, or try and get a little bit more inventive with her play.
Will she go over the top? A bit of shape back in there, cramping Bates for room. That's nice from Ballinger, who started off nicely, going for just the 1 scoring shot so far in her spell. That 2 to get Bates off the mark in the first over.
Yeah, she didn't necessarily have the most fortunate outing in game 1, either against Lancashire. 8 overs, none for 35. Went for just under 4.5 an over.
And there we go. We talked about maybe going aerial. Bates comes down and belts that one through wide mid-on for 4. This is a pitch that she can trust. She's already felt at home, 93 not out in the first game. And Bates all over that one and belts it through mid-on for 4.
That's exactly what we were talking about. Either be very, very specific with your timing, or get a little bit more inventive, a little bit more free in your shot selection, which is difficult to do in the early stages of a 50-over game. You know, it's a short format, but there's still plenty of time in it to see yourself in.
Yeah, a lot of experience and class in that shot, wasn't there? Just to not necessarily break the shackles, but just ease a little bit of pressure there. 10 without loss after 3.
Hopefully that'll just be what Bates and even potentially Marlowe on the opposite side will need to start to feel a little bit more at home, a little bit more comfortable, and start looking to try and score a little bit more freely. As trying to have a quick look around and see if any of the other games are underway in the Metrobank One Day Cup. As it is going to be Phillips that will continue into her second over from the Lumley end. Still that very attacking field, but this time there is a slip in play to face Marlowe. Games are indeed underway across the rest of the One Day Cup. We have Warwickshire, who are already 7 for 2.
Oof, Well, there's a start.
Away against Essex. Somerset 5 for none in their third over at the moment. Hampshire off to a flying start with about 14 for none in their third over.
Essex didn't take 2 wickets in the game against us the other day.
There's a little bit of fortune perhaps there from Marlowe. Just off the top edge of the bat. Going to come back for 2 as well. Good running from Emma Marlowe there. Good intent shown.
She's just struggled for consistent line so far as Phillips. That one again straight down the leg side. Tucked away by Marlowe. Picks up a couple. Just keeps that scoreboard ticking over. 12 without loss now.
Fuller delivery, almost a wide Yorker there from Phillips. Good reply. It's the kind of things that you need though when you've had a bit of a difficult opening game with a new team in this competition. Getting yourself some of those more sort of fortunate runs gets that confidence up a little bit more, gives you that belief that when the field does start to open up in the mid to late stages. Good bit of bowling there, again keeping that full length. Just taking a tumble there.
Like the bat flow there, Marlowe. She's picking the bat up nicely and seems to have good intent there. Striking it nicely.
Two remain in this, the 4th over of the day. Good length, times it brilliantly as well. Straight through the onside. That's going to go all the way to the rope. It's exactly what Emma Marlowe feels like she needs. Not much of a fortune shot about that. Good timing. One bounce all the way through and along the grounds of the rope.
Yeah, it's exactly what I was just talking about there. She probably had the dry run the ball before and she just played that one a little bit later and opened the face and managed to beat Tammy Beaumont to the left-hand side. It was a beautiful piece of timing there from Emma Marlowe, bringing up her first boundary.
Good reply, but good reply as well. Great little duel that's happening there in those last 2 balls between Charlie Phillips and Emma Marlowe. Back-to-back boundaries. This one with a flick off of the pads. And to send Durham in to the end of the 4th over, 20 without loss.
Yeah, lovely batting that, and that's what we're just talking about, the consistency there, which is a bit of a captain killer from Phillips. She's been driven through the offside and then overcorrects. And it was a beautiful piece of timing there from Marlowe. She just clipped that one away off her pads. Didn't try and overhit it, which is what I've quite liked so far in her innings. Just allowed it, all timing, and picked up back-to-back boundaries, as you said, Ben. So Durham off to quite a nice start here, 20 without loss. 4 overs down. So the sun's out, and it looks like quite a nice pitch to bat on. Bit of pace, not having to overhit the ball to get timing. And the outfield looks very fast. It's Ballinger in again, and this is defended back down the pitch by Susie Bates.
Tell you what, she's a very, very interesting player to watch when she goes about her work bowling, Grace Ballinger. Left arm action and left arm over, so something a little bit different to see for the batters, I believe, in the squad that's named for the Blaze. She's the only left-hander in the side. So it just makes something that little bit different.
Bates down the wicket again, but this one's clubbed to mid-on and she'll run on the misfield.
I like that from Bates. Heads up, always looking to try and score and capitalise on any slight little errors.
There's a bit of credit got to go to Ballinger there. That Bates is having to use her feet to come and try and do something different. Ballinger's bowled a really good spell so far. She'll challenge now Emma Marlowe, who's on strike to the left armour. Marlowe 11 from 9, Bates 7 from 16. It's nicely played by Emma Marlowe. Lovely full face of the bat. Like the way that Ballinger's really running in here and attacking the crease. Saw her bowl quite a bit last year for the Superchargers in the 100 competition.
Yeah, she's got a brilliant action as well. When she starts her run up, she has that kind of that cover grip almost. You'll see it here. Low cover grip and then releasing.
It's nicely tucked away by Marlowe. She'll get at least one. And rightly deciding against the second. I'll apologise to all of our Blaze fans, but I'm really struggling to find the orange and the gold numbers on the back of the shirts. And my 50-year-old eyes looking out the window. So if I don't mention the fielders' names, it's not intentional. It's just that I can't bloody say it. As Ballinger comes in to finish. Oh, wow, that's cut away, but again, can't beat the field. Just maybe slipping there, Ballinger in delivery. It's probably the first real loose ball that she's bowled, and Bates unable to beat the field.
Yeah, interesting there, just as she's starting to go back into her mark and strike, just looks down at like her bottom of her left shoe. Mm-hmm. So maybe just a little loose stride in there. You'll see just as she goes to take off as well, she's got those 3 little circle markers.
Oh, and that finds the outside edge of Bates' bat. And this is really good opening spell so far from Ballinger. She's gone for just the 8 off her 3 overs with 14 dot balls, so she is building pressure. Susie Bates not necessarily panicking because she's seen it all, done it all in the women's game. Absolute legend. And she's just going about her business. She's 8 from 18. Marlowe has the 2 boundaries. She's 12 from 11. And Durham, after 5 overs, are 22 without loss. So a solid start from Durham without getting off to a flyer. But what you want when you win the toss and put the opposition in, you want to take early wickets. But batting looks good here so far at the Banks Home Riverside. Another great pitch prepared by groundsman Victor Main and his team.
As Phillips will continue, call of wait and wait well. Does Emma Marlowe. They'll get a couple out of this one. Like I say, Ash, looks like a pretty quick outfield out there.
Yeah, it's very dry. It looks beautiful and green, and that's, again, down to the work. Normally at this time of year, you're struggling to keep the moisture out of the ground. As I was saying earlier, the ground staff are having to really monitor the water intake, not to allow it to brown off in April, which is incredible.
Little bit of width again, but this time Marlowe doesn't quite time it. So it just goes straight into the ground for no run.
It's always nice to have that option, isn't it? Left arm and right arm. We've got quite a lot of bases covered with this bowling attack. Very experienced side. The Blaze. Lots of international experience alongside that as well.
Very similar delivery there from Phillips, who's just like tightening, looks like they're tightening up in this 3rd over as well. And that's exactly what you want to see before having to think too much about any bowling changes.
Yeah, slip in place, a little bit of shape. But yeah, what you want as a captain is for her to bowl one side of the wicket, and she has managed to do that so far in this 3rd over. Been a bit more consistent.
Right there again. Very, very strong over after a little bit of a rocky start from Charlie Phillips. 4 in her first over, 2 of those at wide. And a big 10 off of her second over. Back-to-back boundaries from Marlowe, who is on strike. 14 off 15, so just dipped below that runner ball rate now. Bates patient in the non-striker's end. 2 more to come here from Phillips. There is a bit more width. Not wide enough for umpire Millins to adjudicate that one.
It's a bit of swing there again. Hence the slip in place.
Final ball of this over. Been good so far from Phillips. Ooh, a bit looser though that time. Feel like there was a little bit of bat on that as it went to the leg side. There was indeed. just a tickle of the toe end. Emma Marlowe will not say no to that at all. Her third boundary of the innings as Durham advance to 28 for none.
Yeah, she'd be disappointed with that. That was a really good over up until that point. Marlowe capitalised on a poor ball down the leg side, and that's just where Phillips has struggled a little bit for consistency. It's the third boundary that she's conceded. And it's not a disaster. She's only gone for 20 in those 3 overs. But yeah, you don't want having built all that pressure in the over just to release it with a boundary, and that was a real freebie there for Marlowe. She'll be feeling good. Marlowe on to 18 from 17. Especially when she looks down the other end. She's got Susie Bates for a partner.
Susie Bates doing what she does best, patient, watchful at the moment until she decides now's the time to go. Crunch.
Well, I say never run on a misfield, but there you go. Through comfortably there. It's good aggressive batting that from Bates. Not necessarily having to play the big shots, but you can be aggressive by running well between the wickets.
Yeah, and you heard the sound off of it as well.
Yeah.
It was timed to perfection.
Oh, short and wide and a bit of a misfield there. Marlowe will capitalise by picking up a couple.
Yeah,
Ballinger might be happy she only went for 2 off that one. That was really short and wide and was off the toe of Marlowe's bat.
yeah, it was a bit of a slightly awkward stroke there from Marlowe. Just almost kind of like pushed the bat out towards the path of delivery and just guided it there towards the offside.
Keeps the scoreboard ticking over. This one's driven and square of the wicket. It'll get down to third man and Marlowe will pick up another single. That's what you want. Just keep that scoreboard moving along nicely without really having to take any risks. Seen the one real risk from Susie Bates as she came down and dispatched one through wide mid-on. Maybe that ball's just stopped swinging already. And this one's in the air and caught. Absolutely brilliant field placing, and Sarah Glenn takes a great catch. That was timed nicely by Susie Bates, but well caught down low to her right. And Bates has to go for 9.
Yeah, good work there from Ballinger. She was probably the most likely out of the bowling partnership to get herself the first wicket of this game, and Bates there just tried to go a little bit too much there. I don't know whether it was just a slight mistime, allow it to carry, but Sarah Glenn with a great catch, and Susie Bates has to depart. 93 not out in game 1, 9 here on game 2.
Captain Holly Armitage now to the crease.
That's exactly what the Blaze will have wanted as well, just to break up that opening pair, that opening partnership, who started to look like they were getting a little bit comfortable, especially working off of some of the slightly errant bowling, shall we say, of Charlie Phillips in the opening 3 overs. But now they've got a real difficult opponent to try and get through. Holly Armitage, the skipper.
50th game for Holly Armitage. And she's just 1 run away from, well, not that it's the magical, but 1 run away from 1600. She played nicely in partnership with Susie Bates in game 1. Should be on strike now as Ballinger comes in. Left arm over the wicket. Again, just a little bit of shape in, but that was a really good catch and probably some good field placing there. I thought those two mid wickets in place just for that ball slightly shaping in. I mean, Bates timed it gorgeously, but was slightly in the air, and Sarah Glenn took an excellent catch, tumbling away to her right. First opportunity and grabbed by the Blaze. Oh, this one is a slower ball and it beats the outside edge. That ends a successful over from Grace Ballinger. She has 1 for 12 from her 4 overs. Durham 32 for 1. Just losing Susie Bates there for 9. So caught with a really, really nice catch from Sarah Glenn.
While we get ourselves ready for the next over, let's see if we can have a quick check-in and see what else is going on in the Women's Metrobank One Day Cup. I did see that, let's have a look, Warwickshire already 4 down.
Wow.
Just in their 6th over, 22 runs on the board for them. Hampshire travelling very, very nicely, 37 for none. As a cut shot away, dropped on the misfield, but no run taken as we have our first bowling change of the day. It's Orla Prendergast who is taking over from the Lumley end. So it turns out that the time to change bowlers is right after the wicket from the other end. Wide, short, cut away, punished by Emma Marlowe. And she looks like she is in very, very fine stride in the early proceedings of this matchup. Already 25 on the board off of 21 balls.
Yeah, I like the fact she's got up tall there, Marlowe, and got on top of the bounce. She'd be disappointed she didn't put that first one away, but she wasn't going to miss out twice.
Prendergast storms in. That's a bit better. Shapes in to the right-hander there. Just to finish off as well the final game in the Metrobank One Day Cup this morning. Somerset 17 for 1 into their 7th over at the moment in Taunton. So far, Durham travelling well here. 36 for 1. And tucked away off the hip. There is a fine leg down there. So we'll be able to sweep up. Just keep it to the 1. But Marlowe moves on to 26. Not out. And Holly Armitage will get her first sight in from some Lumley end bowling. 2 deliveries to face from Orla Prendergast. Watched well there. A little bit of width, but not enough for Armitage to feel any kind of temptation. Prendergast, who was a decent bowler for game 1, only the 4 overs she saw against Lancashire. There is width again and cut away. They're getting punished a lot through that square offside region. That's the first runs on the board for Holly Armitage on the day. And the second boundary in the first over that Orla Prendergast has conceded. So end of the 8th over. Durham 41 for 1.
Yeah, 9 off that one just allows these girls to really ease into the partnership after the wicket in the previous over. Both batters getting a boundary. Armitage, just a bit of width there from Prendergast in that over and a couple of nice cut shots away using the pace. First one from Marlowe, second one for Armitage to get off the mark and cross that magical 1600 mark. It's unsurprisingly, it's going to be Ballinger to continue.
Yeah, very, very good from the Finkel end so far.
This one's slightly aerial from Marlowe. Maybe again a bit of pace taken off the ball from Ballinger.
Yeah, it looked like it was an attempt at least a slower Yorker, which can be one of those awkward tools as a batter that You can fall foul on, you see the pace just slowing down, but then you're waiting for it to drop, and it just doesn't.
Again, nice and straight from Ballinger. It's been impressive so far this morning. 4.2 overs, 1 for 12. It's 19 dot balls so far in her spell. Indicative of the pressure that she was building, and got her reward with the wicket of Susie Bates in her last over. Well caught by Sarah Glenn. This one does offer a bit of width, and Emma Marlowe guides it nicely down to third man for a single. That's what you want, just keep that scoreboard ticking along. 42 now for 1.
Bit uppish there as well from Marlowe. I think that'll encourage the Blaze defending attack. Seeing a little bit of flight, get a couple of half chances brewing here maybe.
Armitage on the back foot defending out into the covers.
Plenty of encouragement still out there at the moment.
Some good noise out there, isn't there, from the fielders? Armitage pushes herself into that half drive out into the covers. Tammy Beaumont doing the fielding. She's definitely the most distinguishable fielder out there. The captain. The last ball of over number 9. This one does offer width, and there's a bit of a misfield there at backward point, and she will be punished as that one races away from Armitage for 4, and that again is a captain and a coach killer. That last ball of the over going for 4 could have been prevented. Holly Armitage definitely won't be complaining, and she picks up her second boundary. She moves on to 8, and Marlowe's on 27, and Durham finish 46 for 1 after 9.
Yeah, and yet again, Ash, it is that cut shot that's just killing the Blaze at the moment defensively. That one a little bit softer and probably should have been kept in front, just slides underneath the diving fielder. But that's, 3 in the last 2 overs. 2 of them a little bit more powerful. That one just guided instead to square in the off. As Prendergast will continue. Fuller driven but kept in front.
She's a little bit expensive in that last game, Prendergast as well. Game 1, she went for 35. I think, as you mentioned, she bowled the 4 overs. She's looking for a bit more control here today.
Ooh, width, and Marlowe was certainly tempted there, but went for more on the up drive as opposed to that cut shot, just sort of stepping away and try and dispatch through square of the offside.
Yeah, I think the line was a little bit better on that one, wasn't it? It didn't offer as much width as she did in the first over, so maybe just zoning in on her areas.
Starts wide again, but good shape in this time. Off the pitch. This is better from Prendergast. Better start there. George Elwes, you see there in the picture. Just doing the fielding at mid-off. Still that very, very aggressive field in for Prendergast to bowl to. Good shape again, timed well and fielded once again, and this is good from the Blaze. Just slowing down Emma Marlowe so far, keeping her on strike and frustrating her a little bit. And then maybe allowing Grace Ballinger, or maybe that's when you start to make the change and go towards the spin and try and attack.
Plenty of options available, isn't there?
Done well again there from Prendergast.
Here's the one. 5 dots. Can Prendergast close out the over?
I wasn't going to say it in fear of the commentator's curse and the Blaze fans potentially.
I'll take the blame.
Here she comes, Prendergast. Width and well done. And it is indeed the first maiden over of the game. Oh, Prendergast gets it after a very, very good bounce back in her second over. We are a fifth of the way through the Durham batting innings, and it's 46 for 1.
Yeah, it's an excellent over that. No width offered in that over. As you say, from a captain's point of view there, definitely set a field for that and was able to keep the slip in, keep attacking. That ends power play 1. So the Blaze are allowed to put out extra fielders in the deep. Signalled by umpire Milnes. Going to have another change of bowling.
It's Catherine Bryce.
We have, Catherine Bryce, the Scottish international, is in the attack. Just had to squint to try and see the numbers on that orange shirt again with the gold letters. She'll bowl right arm over. Keeper standing up. And this is in the air.
Ooh.
And dropped. Excellent effort at backward point. That was hit hard by Holly Armitage. And you'd have to class that really as a half chance. Probably saved 3 runs actually. She dived away to her right.
Yeah, very, very strong. I think it might be Georgie Boyce out there at backward point who tried to dive stretch with all her might.
Nearly an opportunity there. Armitage dropped on 8.
So that closes Ballinger's line to start things off as well. 5 overs, 1 for 17.
Yeah, impressive 21 dots in her spell. And got the huge breakthrough of Susie Bates. So good work from Ballinger to start off. Emma Marlowe on strike, 27. Just slowed down in that last over with a maiden. So it'll be interesting to see how she adjusts to that after such a positive start. She's 27 from 34. Nicely driven, but again can't beat mid-on. Sarah Glenn doing the fielding. Again, some good chatter out there from the Blaze girls. Oh, that's good bowling. Again, stump to stump. Marlowe just trying to work that one across onto the leg side. A little bit of a leading edge. But you just feel, probably for the first time, there's a little bit of pressure building here on the Durham batters.
Yeah, it's a good first over here from Catherine Bryce. Working through it quickly.
This one's clipped away but can't beat the field. As you said, that's a maiden. Backed up by an over of just 1 there from Bryce. So good work from the Blaze. Durham off to a good start, but the Blaze have just clawed that back in the last few overs. Just the 1 run in the last 2 overs. That will please the Blaze players and the coaching staff.
Will indeed. It looks like Prendergast is gonna continue here? Or she just got the ball in hand, waiting for this bowling change. Looks like we are gonna have a change. No, Prendergast is gonna go ahead and continue from the Lumley end, so into her third over of work. And this time it will be without those power play restrictions. So a couple more fielders outside the circle. And it will be to Holly Armitage on 9. That's a bit of width there. And Armitage manages to carve through. And it's going to be close. But
great running.
Very, very strong running there. Marlowe looking for 2 and backed up well. Prendergast just couldn't quite keep a hold of the ball to give the chance maybe of a quick run out.
Outstanding running there from Emma Marlowe. Running back to the danger end.
Watched that one well. Good bit of carry through there as I watched it in live time. Might see a little bit of a fielding change going on here. The slip is going to be coming out of the cordon.
Really strengthens the offside that again, doesn't it?
Yeah, coming down at sort of short mid-on. Crunched, finds a little gap. Does Armitage and keeps that strike ticking over, keeps those runs flowing.
Brings up the 50.
Does indeed. 50 runs, 11.3 overs needed for it. Been charged through primarily from the work of Emma Marlowe. 4 boundaries to her name on this 27. She's on strike now. Wide full and a bump ball. Might have heard the call there. Great effort there, girls. Very good ball that. Just down below us is Grace Ballinger there at third. Two to come from Prendergast. Oh, Boulder! Beautiful shape and movement back in from Orla Prendergast. And she's worked well for that in her third over. The dangerous Emma Marlowe has to go for 27. And Durham, the ball after they get their 50. The Blaze get their second wicket, 50 for 2.
Yeah, and there was just some pressure building up there, wasn't there? You felt that Marlowe had got off to a flyer. She absorbed that maiden over and then quite a few dots in a row. And you just felt that that was something that possibly was coming. And Prendergast, after a really expensive, well, not a really expensive, but an expensive first over, has settled in nicely to her spell. And after the first one going for 9 overs, she's 1 ball shy of 3 overs and picks up her first wicket. She has 1 for 12, but Marlowe has to go for 27, bowled by Prendergast.
And that will bring Maddie Villiers out to the crease for Durham, who did not need to bat in game 1. Susie Bates and Holly Armitage doing the lion's share of the work against Essex here in game 1. So this will be a first sight in a Durham women's jersey with the bat. She'll have 1 ball of Orla Prendergast to face, who was probably feeling quite comfortable before. Now will be feeling all the more confident after taking care of Emma Marlowe. Final ball of this over. Ooh, bit of width and a half stroke played there from Villiers. That's a very, very strong over from Orla Prendergast. 50 brought up for Durham, but the second wicket falls of Emma Marlowe. End of the over, 50 for 2 off 12.
Yeah, good little period in the game this for the Blaze. Durham off to a good start. I've just started to peg them back here. Orla Prendergast picking up her first wicket. She has 1 for 12 from her 3. And Grace Ballinger has 1 for 17 The two successful bowlers built on the back of some dot ball pressure. It'll be Bryce to continue from the Finkel end. Captain Holly Armitage on strike. You mentioned it earlier with Durham winning by 9 wickets the other day. Then there'll be a lot of firsts today for Durham batters. First opportunity they'll get to go and express themselves, like you said, in the Durham shirts. But it's a good test for the home side against a very experienced Blaze outfit. That one's wide, called by umpire Milnes.
Yeah, it'll be a fantastic opportunity. A lot of these young ladies will be very, very eager, as you say, to impress, mark their stamp and place on the team.
It's driven out into the offside, but good fielding. Backward point there, preventing any run.
And there's so much talent and depth in this lineup. I mean, on deck next you've got Bess Heath, Leah Dobson, Phoebe Turner. All very handy with the bat.
Yeah, some good skills on, like you say, on deck there for Durham. Some good resources to call on, but they'll need a partnership, and they'll be hoping that the partnership is from these two, Maddie Villiers, Holly Armitage, recently spending time over in Australia with the England A side. As Armitage just forced into doing something different there, going across the stumps and tucking that one away into the leg side. She'll pick up another single.
Yeah, it's interesting early movement there from Armitage. She did it towards the back end of Grace Ballinger's first spell, advancing off the crease early. Try and sort of take that LBW out of play, try and get that extra couple of yards purchase on the ball.
Again, attacking the stumps, Bryce. Just trying to see if I can see her dad, Holly Armitage's dad, normally wandering around. Can't sit still when Holly's batting, so be keeping an eye out. He might have the dog with him. I think he might be down there next to the scoreboard, actually, the old scoreboard. And Maddie Villiers unable to get that one away. That's another good over, just the two off it. And the Blaze just putting a little squeeze on Durham here. Score 52 for 2. Armitage on 13 and Maddie Villiers yet to get off the mark.
Let's check back in with the other matches that are going on across the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Warwickshire started to stabilise a little bit over in Chelmsford. They're 40 for 5 currently in their 10th over. Hampshire storming with the bat in the Utilita Balance. Southampton 59 without loss at the end of their 11th over. And Somerset over in Taunton 31 for 2 at the moment against Lancashire.
Excellent stuff.
Prendergast to continue. Fuller ball, but drops short enough for Armitage not to think about dispatching that one straight back over her head. Kept it very, very clean in her what is now 4th over here. Prendergast, little loose in over number 1, that big 9-run spot that Maiden 3 with a wicket. Now runs here though for Armitage. Just be the one. Encouragement there, very good order, and it has been very, very good. It's certainly in game 2 not the performance that you would have maybe necessarily expected, giving the bowling figures in game 1. 34 runs off 4 overs against Lancashire, but this has been very, very strong so far. Oh, swing and a miss from Villiers, showing she's got intent. She wants to get off the mark early, but maybe just needs to take a moment here as she does, stepping away from the crease.
Yeah, she's a great ball striker, Maddie Villiers. She'll just be nervous, trying to get off the mark. as you said, Ben.
Oh, that shapes in very well. Not too dissimilar to the delivery that sent Emma Marlowe back to the pavilion, but Villiers does well to keep that out. Starts wide and shapes in sharply towards middle and off.
I think this is anything to learn from the Durham point of view, is that any width has really gone, but you bowl at the stumps. It's been very difficult to score.
Ooh, wide but stayed low enough there against Villiers to take away that cut shot. And it's been very, very fast adaptation here from the Blaze. We said just a few overs ago that it was that square cut shot that was really punishing the Blaze bowling, but done well to take that away from the Durham batters over these past couple of overs. Final ball of the over. Stays wide again, but not enough in it for Villiers to be able to send away through the offside. Just the one run there off of the fourth All-Prendergast over. 53 for 2.
Yeah, it's a great period of the game, this, for the Blaze. Picked up the wicket of Marlowe, who was in good touch. Now really putting the squeeze on here. Prendergast and Catherine Bryce doing a great job in tandem. Bryce just going for the 3 runs in her 2 overs, and Prendergast conceding just the 4 runs after her first over went for 9. So it's good work, like I said, attacking the stumps, not giving any width for the batsman to hit through. And another great example of that there as Armitage just pushes this one down the pitch. Good tactics as well, Amy Jones standing up to the stumps just to keep the batter honest, not able just to move their feet freely. Armitage again across the stumps and then just defends.
Yeah, it's a great little battle that's going on right now, Ash, and it's really interesting you mentioned about Amy Jones standing up to the stumps. She sort of afforded that with the action of Catherine Bryce. It's a very short run up.
Not a lot of pace on the ball either, is there?
I was just about to say, you took the words out of my mouth there, Ash. It's pace, but it's not sort of blazing pace when you think about your quicks. It's that more medium, keep it at a line and a length. It's floated up, but it's not loose.
It's good from Armitage as well, just taking the time here in between balls, not allowing the Blaze to rush through the over. And that one hits Amy Jones right on the foot.
And that's where you're also quite grateful that your bowler down the other end isn't firing in with too many clicks. Looks like Catherine Bryce getting herself ready. A little conversation there as well with the skipper.
Another 4 dots in the over. This one's wide and cut away. It'll only be the one, despite the misfield there out in the deep. To the shorter side, the Don Robson Pavilion. It's only 55 metres out to that boundary. Everywhere else, there are some quite deep pockets, as Vic's got his lovely angles on the boundary rope. But you're looking at roughly 60 metres everywhere else, and just 55 to that side. And that will be a wide. That's the first real loose ball from Bryce. Wide outside the off stump again. Villiers trying to get hold of that, yet to get off the mark. He's faced 7 deliveries so far, Maddie Villiers. And she can do nothing but defend another good ball there from Bryce. So that ends over number 15. And the score is 54 for 2. And what a great 5 over period that was, with just 8 runs and a wicket coming from that.
Yeah, fantastic bowling partnership work there between Prendergast and Catherine Bryce. You saw again there with Maddie Villiers on that wide delivery, slashing the bat at that, what would have been an attempted cut shot. So desperate to try and get off the mark, get those first runs credited to her name on this inaugural Durham women's campaign in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Prendergast is going to continue into her 5th over now from the Lumley end. Bit of a fuller delivery, and Armitage will oblige. Not overhitting that, just almost tucked away off the hips. And that will be a very, very healthy bit of a pressure relieved first boundary in quite a while for Durham.
Yeah, it's the first loose ball we've seen in quite a while there. Just a full toss, clipped away nicely by Armitage.
How will Prendergast look to respond? Wide, too wide. Armitage getting off strike. She will be the one in the partnership to sort of protect here at the moment now. Going quite steadily, 20 runs off 24 deliveries. So
Just quietly gone about her work, actually, hasn't she? Despite it being, pretty tight over the last few overs, she hasn't had a lot of the strike. She again timed the ball beautifully on Wednesday and looks like she's in good touch again today.
full toss again from Prendergast, and maybe that's just a little bit of exhaustion starting to show from Orla in her 5th over of work.
Yeah, it was another full toss, and that's Villiers off the mark, and that will be a great feeling for her, as I'm sure the pressure was just starting to build, not necessarily externally, but internally. She'll have been desperate to get off the mark. She'll be desperate to do well.
Good movement there. First real strong ball of the over here from Prendergast. Getting back to what has been her bread and butter in this first spell. Starting that wider length on sort of 5th, 6th stump. Then jagging back into the right-handers towards middle and off. 2 more deliveries for Prendergast to navigate. Yorker, well executed, and in turn, very well defended from Holly Armitage.
Again, the last ball of the over. This one over's gone for 6 so far.
First real expensive over since her first, all the way back in the 8th over. And there is that jag movement. Quick call for a run, and it's good running as well from Holly Armitage, leading by example as the over comes to a close. 7 runs off of it, 62 for 2.
I really like that. There's a couple of ways you can go about your cricket. You can be aggressive with your stroke play, and you can also be really aggressive with your running between the wickets. And if the fielding side are just starting to build up that pressure, rotating the strike and getting that single, that's great batting, and great backing up from Maddie Villiers too. So maybe they've got to bat a few times in Australia. I haven't seen the scores, but obviously this is a brand new team being built here at Durham Cricket, but they've showed a good understanding there of getting through for that quick single. Price is going to continue, being very miserly, just the 5 runs off her 3 overs. Prendergast 5 overs in, has 1 for 20. This one is driven away by Armitage out into the sweeper in the deep, and she'll pick up another single. She has 22 from 27. Sorry, 22 from 28. Villiers just off the mark. She is 1 off 9. But maybe that might free her up now, getting off the mark, and that quick single might just get the energy flowing from the batting unit's point of view. This one's driven nicely. She'll find the gap, not perfectly timed, and races back for a second. That's great running, and that's what I was talking about, the energy there. It's good work from Villiers.
Yeah, very, very well done there from Maddie Villiers. Again, shows that initiative for herself, shows that solitary intent, not only to try and help out the overall team and build that partnership, but for herself.
And then Immediately timing that one better, but half stopped by Bryce. Might just get the juices flowing there. A couple of good bits of running. Hopefully that leads into some positive timing from her point of view. But again, nice tight bowling from Catherine Bryce. If we get some spin soon. 17th over on its way down. Villiers punching that nicely to one of the spin options in Sarah Glenn at mid-on.
Yeah, I was going to ask you actually, funnily enough, Ash, about what sort of time do you think the Blades are going to start to turn to the spin?
I think there'll be a change from the Lumley end. I think you mentioned that Prendergast might just be feeling the effects at the end of her spell. It'll be interesting to see if they make a change from that. And that ends the over, the 17th of the innings from Bryce Durham. 65 for 2, a little partnership just building in its infancy.
Looks like we might be in for a bowling change here from the Finkel end. Looks like it's going to be continuing with pace though. I believe that is Georgia Elwes. Yeah. It is indeed. So continuing with pace, all of Prendergast's first spell finishes after, as we said and expected, that there looked like a bit of an effect being shown there as first delivery is clipped across and off the pads. And strong running yet again from Armitage will pick up 2.
Yeah, it's fantastic running. And Durham just identifying that they are under the pump a little bit here, so that is the way that they can build this partnership and keep that scoreboard moving forward, is by being aggressive between the wickets. That was great running, that from Armitage.
Good straight delivery there from Elwes, riding up high. You mentioned and asked the question about how much work that both these players did over in Australia. Maddie Villiers, top score of 18 in one of her matches against Australia A Women in Sydney on April 4th. For Holly Armitage, though, 75.
Yeah, she spent a lot of time out there in the winter, both South Australia, and she spent some time over in New Zealand as well, Holly Armitage, as well as her responsibilities with England A. So yeah, she's had a full winter away and literally landed in the northeast a couple of days before the start of the season.
Crunched into the ground, big cry straight away from Armitage, and that's very, very good intent shown. Trying to keep that scoreboard ticking over. Run rate just ducked a touch under 4 runs and over so far. Armitage on 25. Villiers still trying to get in her stride a little bit. 3 off 14 with 2 balls to face from Elwes, and defends yet again. Elwes, who bowled 7 overs in the home opener against Lancashire in game 1. 30 runs off of it, no wickets. There is a bit of width, too wide there from Elwes, and yet again Villiers falling over herself trying to get that wide ball dispatched for a few more runs. So she'll have to bowl that one again. Fuller just guided nicely. Won't beat the fielder out in the deep. Credit that one to Sarah Bryce. And just the 1 run there off of that final delivery. 4 off of the over, though. Continuing to just slowly tick over. 5, I correct myself. 70 for 2.
Yeah, and that's hopefully from a Durham point of view that they can build on with the new bowler coming into the attack. Again. Nice little shot to end the over there from Villiers. It's probably unlucky she didn't get a few more, but fine. Leg did very, very well to get round and field that. She'll be on strike to Bryce. This is in the air, but it beats the catcher at mid-wicket, and that will race away for 4. Villiers bringing up her first boundary. Nice bit of timing. It was slightly in the air, but a much-needed boundary from her point of view. She moves on to 8.
Absolutely.
Durham on to 74 for 2.
Absolutely. She needed that for her own confidence there. She's been plying away at the crease, taking her 17 balls there to notch up her first boundary.
Solidly in defence in the next ball. 74 for 2, Durham. This is a hard thing with that run chase the other day. You don't know what a good score is on this pitch. So Durham need to continue to lay that platform. So that's nice from Bryce. Just getting an outside edge from Villiers. In control. But good questions being asked here from the Blaze.
Very, very good questions at the moment. Big, thick outside edge, and you're licking your lips as a bowler seeing that.
Not quite time there from Villiers. Tell you what they are doing. They're getting through the overs here. With Bryce in the attack. Doesn't take her long to race through 6 balls. Villiers drives and she'll pick up another single.
Yeah, too much width on offer there from Villiers, but the nice thing about, from Bryce I should say, but the nice thing about the way that she bowls, because it's that sort of looping action almost. And it's not got enough carry to be able to be driven to the rope.
She drops nicely on a length to finish off the over. So 5 off that over from Bryce. She has none for 13. And Durham end the over on 75 for 2.
Let's go. And another quick check-in around the grounds once again as well. Warwickshire up to 61 for 5 now.
Flying.
Up against Essex. They are firmly in control. Hampshire, who certainly are in control, 90 without loss.
That's a start.
At the moment, at the Utilita Bowl, Southampton. And Somerset have lost their 3rd wicket, 51 for 3 in Taunton. As it will be Elwes to continue, taking a little bit of inspiration out of all of Prendergast's playbook there with the sharp movement in. Good movement.
Oh
dear. Very, very fortunate there. That could have been disastrous there for Holly Armitage off the strike. Was out of the traps very, very early, but Villiers with a strong call of no.
Yeah, the last thing Durham want is a run out at this stage.
Again, a call of weight there as Villiers took a couple of strides forward, looking like they were ready to go, but was straight to the fielder and mid-on. Just going to be a slight halt as Villiers takes strike. Good delivery, and just swatted into the ground, misfielded.
Tell you what, that might go for 4.
It is a quick outfield, Going to be a chase on Orla Prendergast. She just can't get there. And it is going to go for 4, what should have been a routine play at mid-off. Brings Villiers her second boundary of the day. And it's that little bit of fortune sometimes that you do need.
Yeah, maybe that mix-up. They're just putting a bit of pressure on with the running. And that was, poor bit of fielding there at mid-off.
Oh, appeal there. Just looked like it was going down leg. For me, very, very good length.
Yeah, it might have been a scratch on it too, I think, Ben.
Looks like there has been. Call it right. It's been marked as runs for Maddie Villiers. So she moves on to 14. And Armitage will get 1 ball against Georgia Elwes from the Lumley end. Good shape in. Big call of no from Armitage to end the over. So a fortuitous boundary and a well-taken single to end the 20th over. Durham 80 for 2.
Yeah, partnership just starting to build here. Has moved to 30. These pair will try and take this as deep as they can in the innings. As mentioned, they're 80 for 2 from 20. So in that last 5 over period, 26 runs scored without loss. So that's again a good little fight back from Durham after some excellent pressure from the Blaze. A little freebie in the last over there with the Prendergast misfield. But the miserly Bryce is going to continue, just the 13 from her 5 overs. Oh, and she tries to lap sweep that one and gets the Q end of the bat. It's not a bad option there. There's a vacant area down behind square.
Yeah, that sweep shot certainly very open here with Bryce and the pace that she's delivering.
It's much better from Bryce. Good length. The wind just picking up out there, very strong here on a bright and breezy day here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Plenty of blue sky. Villiers does get down and cuts and finds the gap. And just managing to keep finding the odd boundary. There's lots of dot balls, but also the boundary's just not necessarily flowing, but just coming at the right times for the Durham batters. And Villiers just starting to get moving here. She picks up her 3rd boundary and moves on to 18. 84 now for 2. It's a risky single, but a misfield from Tammy Beaumont in the covers. Allows Durham through for another single.
Yeah, good work this from Villiers. Particularly want to quickly touch on that boundary again. Yet again, it's the cut shot.
Yeah.
That square didn't quite have the pace on it, but the quick outfield.
Armitage drives nicely. She'll pick up another single. So again, you feel that the Blaze have had a little bit of pressure here, but those boundaries mixed with the dot balls are just keeping that scoreboard moving forward from a Durham point of view. Back above the 4 and over mark, just. And Villiers now looking a little bit more free. Picks up another single. So that's 7 from that over with the boundary and 3 singles. And Durham at 87. 2 down. Villiers on 20. And the skipper Armitage is on 25. So again, this partnership 35 now. And it's going to be interesting to see if Bryce continues or they just try spin from the Finkel end. It's definitely going to be Elwes to continue from the Lumley end, which Ben's calling.
Yeah, I don't mind giving Elwes at least 1 more over here from this end. Shot.
Oh.
Great shot. Hammered that one straight through the diving fielder. I think that was Glenn.
Yeah.
There with the flowing blonde hair, but slashed away for 4. And Villiers now looking like he is finally starting to find that stride.
It might be a half chance, that, Ben. That was aerial. Glenn diving away to a right. But as you said, Villiers picking up another boundary.
I think if she did manage to take it, we would be certainly lauding her and saying that is an excellent take. But as you say, it is one of those chances that if it just manages to stick into the power, or even just get a finger to it, you're thinking, okay, we're on here for another wicket. But slight width again. Hopeful dive doesn't quite result in the same scoring fashion. Will allow Villiers to get off of strike, though. She moves to 25 off 34. Armitage 26 off 35.
Just watching Maddie Villiers there. She just called to the pavilion. She's struggling with a little injury here. Let's see who's going to come out. Hopefully she's just calling for some gloves or something to that effect, but I get the feeling she's going to receive some treatment out there for maybe a little bit of a hamstring. Wow, that's timed beautifully.
Yeah, it's a really, really nice shot, and it's just gone over the rope as well. Another misfield. That was Ella Claridge out there on the leg side sweeping. And it's just been able to squeak underneath that. Armitage moves on to 30.
Blaze fielders just letting their bowlers down a little bit here. There's been a couple of misfields that have been costly and gone for boundaries.
And a good follow-up there. Full straight on towards middle and leg. But still a very expensive over. 9 off it from Georgia Elwes. And it puts Durham at 96 for 2.
Well, she might actually just be taking a thigh pad off, I think, here, which is a good sign. Yeah, she is. That's good.
Well, it's interesting as well, because when your initial thought was about a potential hamstring, my thought was, well, the one thing that Villiers has been doing quite a lot, especially in the early stages of her innings, is reaching a lot.
Yeah.
And that takes a lot out of it when you're trying to still stay level in your stance. When you're trying to really overexert and get those early runs on the board. The adrenaline's starting to flow. Now that adrenaline's sort of dumped a little bit, and you're a little bit in control at 25 not out, the pain receptors start to tickle through as we're going to have a bowling change, and it looks like it's her first sign of spin, Ash.
Sarah Glenn, yeah. I thought this might be the case. Experienced spinner from the Blaze and England. Muddy Villiers just starting to get moving now, starting to catch up. 25 from 34, Durham 96 for 2. Holly Armitage on 30. As we see Sarah Glenn. This one's short and punched away off the back foot for no run. Something we see Alex Lees do quite a lot of on the lad's side. If he feels that he's really in, he takes his thigh pad off as well, which is pretty brave from my point of view. These cricket balls hurt when they hit you. Again, a little bit short, and can she find the gap, Villiers? She can't. Beat Elwes there at mid-off.
First sight at Sarah Glenn today was one of the bowlers who did the majority of the work in game 1. 9 overs bowled.
Villiers cutting, and that's a good bit of fielding there this time. In the point region. Preventing a boundary. That's what the Blaze need here. Back up the good work from their bowlers with some good fielding. As I said in the last over, just let them down a little bit. There's probably, I can think of 3 boundaries that have been conceded through misfields. Villiers driving strongly off the back foot will pick up a single on this occasion.
Yeah, I'm slightly surprised actually from the Blaze's point of view that it's taken them this long to put someone in that sort of point region to try and prevent the cut shots from going away.
Yeah.
You've been hit I think about 4 or 5 times through that exact region over the course of this, what are we now, 22.4 overs? There's been a lot of runs that have been linked through that portion of the ground, and now getting someone there is just going to be able to hopefully stem the flow.
Armitage gets width and hits this one behind square, and that's going to take some stopping out in the deep as well, which this time is successfully done. Armitage will pick up a couple, which moves the score on to 99 now for 2. And 1 run away from that 50 partnership, which was vitally needed for Durham. This is driven nicely. It should pick up at least another 2 here, Armitage, as Villiers races back. And that does bring up the 100 for Durham women. Coming off the last ball of the 23rd over. As you can see there on the screen, it's taken 82 minutes. But this is excellent. And also the 50-run partnership between these two brought up there. That's in 67 balls, so there was a lot of dot balls early on in that partnership as they just absorbed the pressure, and now this pair in Villiers and Armitage just starting to transfer that back onto the Blaze.
Yeah, fantastic work from the 2 ladies there. First sights of the spin, and Armitage in particular being a real beneficiary from it. 34 off 40 deliveries now. Villiers still quietly going about her work. Now sans thigh pad as Georgia Elwes moves into her 5th over of work and gets straight in towards attacking that off stump. Defended well by Villiers on strike. Villiers 26 off now, 38. Armitage 34 off 40, both with 4 boundaries apiece. As again, a little bit of shape and movement, not as much as we saw in the opening few overs and in that power play period. Still a little bit in for the bowlers as the sky is slightly clouded over, but still patches of blue. Driven, hard, good running, strong running. Ooh. Try for the direct impact, but just a little wayward there.
It's good pressure, that, from Villiers. I think to run her out there would have been a brilliant piece of fielding, and it was a very good piece of fielding, but as we saw there, no direct hit away to the fielder's left, having to throw back across her body.
Ooh.
Well, a lot of Yorkers, haven't there? There's been a mix of Yorkers and balls to cut.
Yeah, just looking to try and trap the Durham batters in their crease, aren't they? I think that might be a desperate or a deliberate ploy that's being implemented here. Maybe just a little bit wary of some of the footwork, because there is a little bit of it. Bit of inventive footwork. Had to kind of almost jump away from the ball to push that one back across a left-hand side Armitage, but she'll manage to get a single away from it.
Yeah, again, very full. Armitage doing well to manipulate that ball into the leg side.
Again full, and again tucked away off the pads into the leg side, and again it'll only be for the 1 run, so cleaner over there from Elwes, just the 3 runs off of it. 104 for 2 at the end of the 24th over, approaching the halfway mark.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, knowing obviously Durham knocked off, was it 172 or 3 the other day pretty comfortably. And now, this time they're set with the task of posting a total to defend. So just looking at what is that good total. And at the moment, they've laid a pretty decent platform here. Like you say, 1 over short of the halfway mark. Got 104 for 2 on the board, so still plenty of wickets in hand, plenty of shot makers to come in Bess Heath and Dobson and Turner. So yeah, just even learning to bat as a group for these 50 overs and finding a method. That's nicely bowled by Sarah Glenn.
Quick update in one of the other Metrobank One Day Cup games. Hampshire have finally lost their first wicket. Maya Bouchier, 61.
That's short and wide and cut away by Villiers. She'll pick up another single.
And move on to 119 for 1 at the moment, Hampshire. So really travelling quite nicely. As Durham are here, now they've got this strong partnership in play.
Armitage pulls up but won't beat mid-on. She's very strong on the back foot. Holly Armitage we saw on Wednesday. Anything slightly short she punished. She's done that on a couple of occasions already today. It's good work this from Sarah Glenn, as you would expect from the England international.
Been very, very strong. Good battle to watch this as well. Armitage, as I say, liking to play off the back foot, being forced onto it, but just can't quite get the purchase on the ball and punish anything that Glenn sends away.
This time she's on the front foot and driving nicely out to the sweeper in the deep, where she'll pick up another single. Pretty tidy stuff this from Sarah Glenn. Just the 2 off the over so far. A nice way to finish there as Villiers pats back the last ball of the 25th, so we are halfway through. And what do we have? We have 106 on the board, 2 down. I'll just make a little note of that. So again, 26 runs without loss in that little period for Durham, so they'll be quite happy as the players will take a drink. And we'll be back with you in just a couple of moments with live play.
Well, welcome back after a very short drinks break for both the Blaze and Durham. If you're just joining us, halfway through the Durham batting innings after they lost the toss and were sent in to set the score first. Durham have posted 106 for 2 so far. Holly Armitage leading the charge as a captain's example, 36 off 45. Maddie Villiers has just started to find her stride now after a bit of a slower start, 29 off 45 currently. The 2 wickets that fell, Emma Marlowe, after a brilliant piece of bowling from Orla Prendergast, went for 27. Susie Bates, who was the first wicket to fall of the morning, caught by Sarah Glenn of the bowling of Grace Ballinger for 9. As play is going to get ready to resume. Before that, though, we'll take a quick look around the grounds. Warwickshire 100 for 5 against Essex over at Chelmsford. So they've really rebounded quite well after losing a lot of wickets early. Hampshire 122 for just the 1 loss. And Somerset gone through a little bit of a collapse over in Taunton. 66 for 5 now as they approach the halfway stage. It'll be Georgia Elwes to continue into her 6th over now in this spell. Elwes, who bowled 7 overs against Lancashire in the opening day, went for 30. Going to be soon approaching that same level. Good shape there from Elwes against Armitage. Is once again looking like she's in very, very good touch. Very, very fine form, as you'd expect from the Durham captain. Shot. Lovely shot there. Just slammed down with authority into the ground. And Armitage sends Elwes away for 4.
She does pick up length very, very quickly, Holly Armitage, and anything short, she punishes. That one just back of her length, she jumped all over it. Belted that away for 4.
First real sight of dominant stroke play there from Armitage and Durham, really. In general, they've had to be patient. That's a very good bit of fielding off her own bowling there for Georgia Elwes. Great athleticism.
Outstanding. If you can't do it off your own bowling, then yeah, when can you? But that was excellent work.
It's exactly the sort of statement that you want to send to the opposing captain after you've just been belted through the leg side for 4. Bit of width again. Ooh. Took something off that. Did Armitage. Just tried to guide it through back behind square.
The man I love to see is going to join us and have a little chat.
As Armitage again tries to drive off the back foot. And that will end the over. So just the authoritative boundary off of it from Armitage. 110 for 2.
Yeah, again, boundary count high. Dot ball percentage high. Which will disappoint the Blaze. Every time that they do build that bit of pressure, there is just a boundary to relieve that. Speaking of relieving pressure, welcome, Vic.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Nice to see you.
And you, mate. Always. Always. How good is this ground looking from here, by the way?
It's not bad, is it?
Mate, it's beautiful.
Not bad.
I'm here, you're up actually having trouble keeping the moisture in the ground at the moment.
Makes a change, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Still haven't reached May yet, and we're getting the water out there.
We will pay for it, don't you worry. Nature has a habit of compensating.
As Glenn continues. And this pitch, same pitch that we used for the big opening game, Vic, is playing beautifully.
Yeah, very pleased with it at the moment. As I was the other day, I thought it played pretty well then. It's always difficult to get a good gauge with the ladies' games. Obviously, it doesn't bounce as much as when the men are playing, so it's difficult to see from that sort of angle. But good thing in both games is that the batters seem to have been able to play shots all around the wicket.
I was going to say off both front and back foot. That must be the pleasing.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what you're looking for. I think the other day it was probably a little bit skidded onto the bat a little bit more than it is today. But I think the key with playing on this pitch, particularly it seems to be for the women, is that you need to take a little bit of time.
Yeah.
You're not going to go in there and bash it around straight from word go. You need to take a little bit of time to get used to it.
Shot.
And that's beautifully put away. A little bit full from Sarah Glenn. And Maddie Villiers, who, as Vic's just been saying, has taken her time at the start of her innings, has now hit her 5th boundary. She moves into the 30s.
She really threaded that through the fielders, didn't she? Both fielders having a dive and neither of them able to get a hand on it.
I think with watching these first couple of games, that you do notice how small the gaps seem with the women having to have that extra fielder in the circle. That the batters have to be extremely skillful to get it through. As you can see at the moment, well, you can't see from your pictures, but if there are 6 fielders in the circle, so there's always that extra one. As we say, that long off goes back to try and finish the over without any further boundary damage.
I think that's been the one disappointing thing of this morning, has been the fielding.
I agree.
I think the fielding's been pretty woeful, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think that 3 or 4, I think we've counted that have been boundary consequences as well, where they have missed fields and they've gone away. And we talk about the high dot ball percentage and the high boundary percentage. If you can stop those 4 boundaries, then you're creating that so much pressure. We saw one little mix-up with the running between the wickets. I think if you can keep building that pressure, then you're probably going to turn that into more chances for you as a fielding side. But 100% Vic, agree with you, as usual.
We never agree.
That's not true. That isn't true. That's not true. But no. And we talked about even the at the start of the game, there was a full 80 overs I think played in that first game, and how really pristine, really, that pitch is still in condition.
Yeah, the women do very little damage at all. It's like having an under-13s game out there.
Yeah.
They really do little damage. We'll carry on with this pitch tomorrow. We've got a 3-day second 11 men's game. We'll just carry on with this pitch. So that's perfect.
It's played well, like I say, good pace and bounce.
Flicked off the leg side, and that's going to go and find the gap between the 2 sweepers out there.
Phillips back into the attack from the Lumley end. But again, a good indication. I mean, the outfield's absolutely rapid as well. But that's a good indication of pace in the pitch, Vic, that you just get a little touch on that and it flies away.
Yeah, absolutely. And the outfield's not short either. There's quite a lot of grass on there, hence the colour that we've got in it at the moment, which I think is probably better colour than I've ever seen.
Again, very straight, and again tucked away off the legs into the leg side. Armitage will go and get herself one more. On to 46 not out for Holly Armitage, continuing where she left off in game 1.
Yeah, she's doing well. Did you see the outfield at New Road?
I watched the Durham second innings yesterday. Yeah, I mean, by all accounts, it was very slow.
Yeah, it was. It was extremely. I mean, you've got a feel for a ground that probably floods 5 times a year, but it was very slow. Oh wow!
Oh wow! Bouncer.
Bit of a surprise one there. Surprised everybody.
Oh, it's worked to effect. Yeah. Villiers will just stand and watch it go.
Does that not have to be a wide?
It must have been.
I mean, I wouldn't want to criticise dear old Dave, but yeah, I mean, I really feel for Stephen down at Worcester. Yeah. He's had a terrible 2 or 3 years down there, and it's it's disappointing to sort of read some of the comments that I've read about it, and people calling for pitch inspections and all this sort of thing. I
think it's a bit harsh. I don't know if anybody has watched any of the Durham game yesterday, but some of I think Worcester in that second innings had just decided that they were going to have a crack, and there was some more than interesting dismissals.
Yeah, I didn't see their innings at all, but from watching the Durham second innings, certainly the commentators were saying that the Worcester guys just seemed to go out and throw the bat at everything.
They had a crack, that's for sure.
I mean, there's absolutely no doubt. You look at the score and you say, well, there must have been something wrong with the pitch, and there obviously was. It obviously was a challenging pitch to bat on throughout the game.
Oh, short there, and pulled away down through third. Villiers will get herself one more run. That'll end the over. 6 off of it after that very, very good boundary to start. 122 for 2.
I think you know what you're going to get when you go to certain places, and I think if you go back historically, using Australia as an example, that you're playing pitches in different parts of the country, that you're going to get different conditions. You know, you're going to get bounce and a bit of movement at the Gabba, and then you're going to get real pace over in the west, and you're going to get a bit of spin. You're going to get a pretty in Sydney. You're going to get a decent flat one in Adelaide. What you don't want is all the pitches being the same. It just becomes pretty boring. And if that ball nibbles around a little bit, then it's up to the batters to find solutions to that challenge.
Well, for the second time in my life, I tend to agree with that.
What a start to the day.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, we don't want pitches all to be the same.
Yeah.
God, it'd be a boring game, wouldn't it? If everything was the same. We're playing on a natural living surface, and it's affected by the weather and lots of other things. So, and I think it's great if you get those different characteristics around the grounds. But I mean, historically, you look at Worcester and you'd say it's a pretty decent batting track.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just obviously something has gone wrong yesterday, and I think obviously the floods over the winter can't be doing it any good.
Yeah.
But then I don't know what the weather's been like in Worcester this year, but if it's been similar to us, where we've been dry for a long spell, and the thing that springs to my mind is, has the pitch dried out too quickly? It didn't look like it from the outfield yesterday, where it was plugging. But if it has dried out too quickly, then what's happening below the surface, we don't know. Is the ground cracking up underneath? Yeah. And obviously they'll be looking into it, and they'll be taking plugs out of the ground to see what's happening down below. But I don't know what little bit I saw of it yesterday. Yes, the ball was jumping. It was jumping a bit, and a few batsmen were hit on the gloves, but it wasn't dangerous.
Yeah.
And it was a hard pitch to bat on. There's no doubt about that. I mean, I didn't see Ben Rain bowl at all, but everybody says that he bowled fantastically.
Yeah, he's a nightmare on those surfaces, because he just does not leave the stumps. There's Glenn. Nice tight over this from Sarah Glenn. It's a maiden. Yeah, and you look, I mean, you've got overhead conditions that play a part in that. You might think that you need to, if it is dry underneath, that you might need to leave that extra grass on so it lasts the 4 days, and then if you don't get the right overhead conditions and it stays green, obviously as it did for those 2 days, it was over in 2 days, but there's lots of factors to take into consideration, isn't there, when you're preparing these pitches?
Yeah, it's not as straightforward as many people think. I mean, many people think you go out with a mower and you cut the grass and you paint some white lines on it and stick 3 stumps in each end. There's a little bit more to it than that.
Not much.
Well, not a great deal, of course. But, you've got to put the boundary down and maybe put some sight screens up. But,
yeah, I've mentioned your boundary. You've got your lovely angles, haven't you?
Oh, I love it. I love it. The boundaries we've had this year have looked awful as far as I'm concerned. There's nothing straight. It goes in and out, and but there we are. That's a different story.
It looks even beautiful bright white rope, haven't you? You've got a new rope
it's a nice
for the
rope,
girls.
isn't it?
Yeah, she's gorgeous.
Yeah, ball actually jumps when it goes across it.
How sad are we? But I'm with you. I think it looks great.
But I think I must be getting older. I can't see the numbers on the scoreboard.
Ash said that.
Did he really?
Yeah.
So that's probably proof that you're right again. I really struggle, especially with the darker font underneath.
Yeah.
I blame Graham Madison.
I think we need to.
Yeah. I often just have a little glance to the right and check out the old...
Pull shot. Very, very timed. Well, good fielding effort out there in the deep. They'll come back for 2. And Armitage moves herself up to 48.
She's playing nicely. Yeah, I'd normally have a glance to the right and check out the old girl. She never lets you down.
No, you can normally see that one.
Lots of information there on that old scoreboard. As this partnership continues to flourish, 74 now.
Ooh, straightened up there. Half appeals from around the ground, but Phillips never really seemed convinced herself. She'll stride back to a mark. It's so important if Armitage can kick on and get these last 2 runs, make that 50.
Has there been any chatter amongst the groundsmen, Vic, around the impact? I know it's brand new, a week in, but any chatter on the impact of the women's game on the grounds?
I've actually not seen anything at all this week since the first games.
Okay.
The only comments that I have seen is that a number of people, particularly in Tier 2 cricket, are talking about playing the women's games on previously used championship pitches.
Right, okay.
Which is not something that we would choose to do, but a lot of them are doing that.
Okay.
Ooh, big swipe.
It's probably the training more than the matches. As you said earlier, the ladies do very little damage to the pitch, but it's now that we've got professional women as well as professional men.
Yeah.
It seems that there are people out there practicing every day of the week.
Yeah.
Which limits the time that we have available to actually get onto the pitch to work.
Yeah.
So the fact that Barry and the guys have got the outfield looking as good as it is a credit to them.
Yeah, it is. It's in great nick. It's racing away firm as well, isn't it? It's probably in the best condition that you could have it at the moment. Lush grass and firm. It's racing away. And the colour for us cricket ground nerds, just even the colour of the grass looks absolutely superb. Ends another over, 124 for 2. What are we, 30 in?
Yeah, that was just the 30th. That passed. Good over there as well, that from Charlie Phillips. Looks like we're going to continue with Sarah Glenn from the Finkel end. When are we going to see the likes of Grace Ballinger come back into the attack? Saw a couple of overs ago, just down in front of us and below us. She was getting herself loose.
I think she'll probably bowl at the death, but she might get a little spell in.
What do you see as a challenging score?
What a great question. I think this is a really good batting surface, and I think you're looking at 250 minimum. I think to be in the game, I think that's competitive, and Durham will have to bowl well. This is a pretty big batting lineup from the Blaze. So yeah, be looking at 250 minimum, Vic, in my thoughts. What about you?
Well, I don't know. I think you get 220, 230, you're in the game.
Yep.
250 would be really nice. Anything over that would be a bonus. Still only 2 down, so hopefully these two can kick on a little bit in a few minutes.
It's a good platform, isn't it? And you've got some stroke makers to come, and that was another piece of poor fielding that didn't cost them a run in the air, probably because it looked so routine that Holly Armitage had just started remarking her guard. But yeah, when did Durham put the foot down, I guess, is the question. And which bowlers do they target, again, will be another question. And Sarah Glenn's probably not one of the bowlers that they will target.
Have we seen any spin at all?
I'm not sure Sarah Glenn's a massive turner of the ball anyway, but
right.
Yeah, she's one more that attacks the stumps. And she's attacked halfway down the pitch there, and Holly Armitage has attacked the deep square boundary. That's great fielding out there by one of Vic's young chargers.
That's Harry all the way from the Wacker in Perth.
So I hear, and that brings up a 50 for Holly Armitage.
Didn't want to say anything earlier because I didn't want to jinx her, but I think this is the best female batter that I've seen.
She's a nice player. I like the way she picks up length really early, and anything short she absolutely punishes. She's
really well organised. Picks her shots, picks her moments. Every time I've watched her with the Northern Diamonds, and obviously the couple of games here for Durham, she's really impressed me.
Well, she brings up her second 50. She'll be loving life at a new home ground up here in the northeast. And she's had a lot of cricket over the winter, so she's had plenty of time to get her game in the order that it is, and she's playing beautifully. And she seems really calm out there at the crease as well and in control. So
she seems to have changed her stance a little bit this time as well. I think she looks a little bit more crouched. Wider stance. Unless my memory's playing tricks on me again, but yeah, she's certainly going about her business well.
It's keeping her dad running laps around the ground anyway, wherever he may be. Cannot sit still when she's batting.
Good take.
Yeah, she's a tidy keeper, isn't she, Amy Jones?
Down the leg side. First wide in quite some time from the Blaze, who've tightened up their bowling. For the most part, it's just the fielding, as we've said, pretty much all Blaze bowling innings that's been letting them down for the most part.
Just wondering if we're going to see Glenn continue here, or if we do see maybe Ballinger come back into the attack and try and just break it up a little bit. It's been comfortable, is that the right word? I don't know. The game just seems to be cruising along at the moment, and what can the Blaze do to maybe get a breakthrough and break into that middle order, break this partnership which is sitting now at 80.
Down with authority and good fielding there at short. I think it's interesting to say about comfortable maybe not being the right word to use, Ash. I think it's less comfortable and more sort of pedestrian almost. There's not been too many tests that have been asked of the Durham batters. There's been a couple of good sort of 2-3 over spells, but it's not been consistent enough to mount the pressure. And that's better fielding. It's been ricocheted and palmed down, but it saves an extra 3 runs as Villiers scampers through.
Yeah, that was Tammy Beaumont there in the covers, diving away. She did well because it was an awkward height with the bounce too, and she's done well to stop that from going before. And the skipper sets the example to the rest of her team as to how they want to field for the rest of this innings.
2 good stops in a row, wasn't it?
Yeah.
By Tammy Beaumont, and I think probably that's their best chance of picking up a wicket at the moment is to try and keep things tidy.
I tell you what's not, Vic, is to bowl short to Holly Armitage.
Yeah, that's a very, very good stroke. Early pick once again, as we've been continuing to say. Armitage stepping across the stumps early and pulling it away into the leg side for 4.
I think I might have hit that one for 4. That was a lollipop, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure if she's tried to take a bit of pace off that one as well, but it did sit up, but was punished.
Again, steps across early, going to try and go through for a quick 1 run, and it's another misfield there, dropped this time by Catherine Bryce on the attempted transfer.
I hate the fact that you're sitting here, but that tells me this is a really good pitch, because that was just a push and timed. So you got to give credit to Holly as well for the way she stepped into the ball. But geez, that raced off the bat.
Yeah, I just think maybe they're trying to. They're starting now to try and up the pace a little bit, and
you get that feeling.
Put a bit more pressure back onto the Blaze.
You get that feeling. What was there? Seven off that over.
They'll be doing their sums and they'll be working out where they want to be at particular stages going through now. At the 40 overs, still 2 down. Keep going at 4, 5 and over.
It's a good platform, isn't it, to however they want to attack the rest of the innings. They've got wickets in hand. And this is all new for them as well. It's a new batting lineup. It's a new home ground. It's a new team, new everything. So they don't know really what that par score is. Like we were talking about earlier, is 250 the par score? Is it 240? Is it 270? And these are the things that they'll be finding out over the course of really this season, to get that sample size in of games, to know how they can go about finding a method to win games at home. But at the moment, this is looking a really good pitch, and hopefully Durham can put a big score on the board as Sarah Glenn continues. Oh, an attempted sweep across the line. She'll get at least 1, and they're going to come back for 2. And some of the running between the wickets has been outstanding from this pair.
Very, very good running again from Armitage and Villiers, and I think that's just sort of speaking to Vic's point and Vic's potential summation, that now might be the time when we start to just shift up the gears a little bit, try and attack.
That's
nicely bowled from Sarah Glenn.
And what you were saying about total scores, I mean, we've seen that over the last few years with the men's game, haven't we? And you go back a few years and 200 wasn't a bad 50 over score.
Yeah.
Then it seemed to go to 250. Then we had that mad series when New Zealand came over, and there were massive scores at every match apart from S, which was the last game. But now it almost seems in men's 50 overs cricket that 300 is sort of an average score.
Yeah.
And it's just crept up, and I'm sure the same will happen in the ladies' game, as they find what sort of scores does put pressure on the opposition.
Oof, big sweep at that.
What's interesting is there's a lot of sweeping going on, and there's not a lot of trying to hit down the ground. Maybe it's because the wind is slightly into them at this end, but it is blowing more from left to right across our screens. And Villiers managed to hit this one down the ground to the sweeper. The ball before just went down to long off. Hasn't been a lot of footwork down to trying to get to the pitch of the ball and to hit strong and straight. You've probably seen a bit more of that in the men's game, so that is a slight difference. The girls are taking the sweeping approach at the moment. That's nicely played there with the sweeper out again. The ball before Armitage just keeps the scoreboard moving, keeps that pressure building on the Blaze. Will be looking up. They only took 2 wickets in the last game. They've only taken the 2 wickets so far in this game. So they'll be starting to ask their own questions of themselves. And that's half the battle in cricket, is to just get the opposition to start to doubt themselves and the way that they're operating. But at the moment, Holly Armitage on 61, Maddie Villiers on 37, putting Durham into a pretty strong position with this partnership of 91 at the moment.
Yeah, very, very strong work here from Durham, and after just 2 overs that had that maiden in the 29th, then followed up with just the 2 run over from Charlie Phillips, then had 5, 7, 5. So again, we're starting to pick that run rate back up again. And it looks like that Grace Ballinger is going to get a little bit of a sniff before the death here in the 34th, what will be the 34th over.
She's going to bowl around the wicket as well and try and attack the stumps. I wonder if she's taking the little discs to that end as well. Don't know if Vic noticed that from without the TV screens, but she had 3 little discs just before her takeoff.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, I didn't see that.
Have a look on the monitor here. I wonder if she's took them. Yep, she has.
Oh, I see, yeah. What's that about?
I don't know. It might be just
takeoff point?
It might be just a mental thing for her and a bowling coach that's where she wants to be building up towards her takeoff.
It's amazing. You watch the lines that they draw out there now. There's lines that they have to be running on as they approach the wicket, and it's painted lines everywhere.
Striding step across there. Again, Armitage is that mindset here from Ballinger as she starts her second spell. Going around the wicket, that big left arm whipping action. Trying to dart straight into that middle and off stump. Really need a breakthrough here. Do the Blaze. Armitage will defend, trying to do the fielding off her own bowling there, Ballinger, but had it covered at mid-off.
Again, just that little lull. There was a lot of noise from the Blaze early. Still trying to now build that intensity up in the field.
Good sound off the bat. Maybe not timed as well as Armitage would have liked, but it is good enough. And with that quick outfield, Armitage will race away to the boundary rope. Another 4 for her. Puts her up to 65 off 74. She really has been the example and the measuring stick that the Durham women have had to try and follow on from.
That wasn't that short, was it? And it wasn't perfectly timed, but as you mentioned, God, we keep complimenting him. The outfield is absolutely rapid, and that raced away for 4.
I have nothing to do with the outfield, so you're not complimenting.
Oh, edge. Thick outside edge there from Armitage. Not fully in control of that shot.
How do you keep John occupied on a day when he's not on his mower out there?
I get him to make me tea. He is the best person at making tea and coffee you could ever get. Actually, to be fair, John is a perfectionist.
Yeah.
So when he's not out there on the mower, he's going around, he's picking something up, he's tidying something up.
Yeah.
And people think that that it just happens, but John is so meticulous about everything. He's a great man to have around.
Yeah.
He hates it. But as we get into summer, we'll get the gulls come down every night. They come down and they roost on the square for some reason.
Oh, right.
And they pluck their feathers out all night. And you come in the morning and there's feathers everywhere. John will not have it. He will not have it. He'd go around and he'd collect every feather. Then the leaves start coming and he'll have all those as well. He's a great man to have around.
And one of the reasons why this outfield is looking as beautiful as it does, if not the main reason.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I'm not sure Barry will be particularly
Where is
happy
Barry?
with that.
No, Barry. No, we'll not talk about that this morning.
Barry puts so much time into
does.
this outfield.
He
The
does.
amount of steps that he walks. He never uses a seat to ride on his mower.
Yeah.
He always walks behind it. He's got dodgy knees, but he puts in so many steps.
No, he does. He's a good man. As Glenn continues, Armitage rocks onto the back foot. Hits this out just to the left of the sweeper, and bit of pressure on. Great running between the wickets, forces the error in the outfield. And so you've got 2 young fellas on the staff as well, Vic.
Yeah, we've got 2 young fellas. As I say, we've got young Harry across from the Wacker and the Optus. He works at both of those in Perth. And young Oliver has come from Hartlepool this time. He's been working at Hartlepool.
Oh, that's a great bit of fielding, actually. That was pulled away hard and into the deep. And just didn't quite carry out there. And apologies again, I can't quite see. I think it was Catherine Bryce out there in the deep. Dived forward, picked it up on the half volley.
Yeah, nice stop, wasn't it? Did well to stop that.
Here's a chance of a run out as Villiers a bit slow setting off there, being on the back foot. And the pressure there, that brings up the 150 and the 100 partnership between these two. So it's outstanding work from Holly Armitage and Maddie Villiers, as they're setting a really nice platform here for Durham to build what looks like quite a nice total. Oof. Pick up a leg by there, is it? Off the hip. Maybe off the glove. Holly will definitely take the extra run.
Just feel have to be a little bit careful here, actually. Armitage and Villiers, that's 2 or 3. I mean, the diving stop, a bit short of making it a half chance, but there's just a couple that have been a little up-ish. That one tucked off and popping up to where it would have been an easy take for a leg slip. And
going to get another one. It's poor backing up that. The Blaze will be disappointed that the 2 fielders in the deep haven't come into the circle to prevent that extra run. It's funny, there's just a little bit happening, isn't it? Durham look like they're just putting the foot down a little bit, and the Blaze not quite reacting to that at the moment.
Well, I think that's the key, isn't it? Is Durham batters have changed the way they're playing. They're now looking to really increase this scoring rate, and they're putting a bit of pressure on.
And that's a lovely piece of timing, that from Villiers. She'll get at least 2 to take some stopping. An excellent diving stop out in the deep. It's very good work from Charlie Phillips out there, preventing that for a boundary. But that's a busy over from Durham. They've got 9 off that one without hitting a boundary. And without really, there was that, I guess, that one out in the deep that was pulled hard by Armitage out into the deep. But Durham just seemed to have pressed the accelerator a little bit and just trying to transfer some pressure back onto the Blaze. 155 for 2.
When you look at Sarah Glenn going for 4, is that 4.6 runs per over?
Yeah.
You wouldn't necessarily expect that.
It's been pretty risk-free, you would say, as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's been a great partnership from this pair. And what will please the coaching staff, Danny Hazel and Kyle Kurtzer in particular, is that they put a big partnership on to win the game on Wednesday, and now they've got another 100 partnership, and that's what sets up big totals and big chases.
Ballinger continuing from the Lumley end, and once again, Armitage looking busy.
Going to do well to get a 2 to that side of the ground. A little bit shorter.
And I think also when you look at this partnership now and this score that's coming on the board, you're thinking, well, the overseas player hasn't made a massive contribution in this game, and it's great to see occasionally that happen. We always want the overseas to do really well and win us games, but on occasions where they don't get going, it's nice to see some of the other girls actually come in and take that pressure and not relying totally on our overseas player.
Absolutely.
No ball.
Going to get a free hit.
And it is indeed a free hit. One of the best parts about the shorter four games, as we have that first no ball of the day. There's going to be an opportunity for Maddie Villiers to try and let loose a little bit here.
Yeah, and you talk about the influence of Susie Bates, and it's often, well, she'll do it because she's such a great player, but she fell early, and Emma Marlowe built a nice partnership with Holly Armitage, and the skipper's really leading from the front here again today.
Short, crunched by Villiers. Oh. It's been put down. Wouldn't have been out anyway. But after putting her all into that, Villiers will only get the one run.
I thought I was going to go for 6. Maybe the wind just stopping that one going all the way. That's the one thing that's been missing so far. We haven't had a 6 in the game on Wednesday or today. We've had some great cricket.
Yeah, I might have to bring these boundaries in.
I think they're a great size. I think they're a great size.
The women normally say 60 metres, so it's only 55 over that side where that ball was just hit. But that's simply because of the pitch that we're playing on.
Yeah.
But we normally look at going 60 metres.
Tucked off the hips from Armitage. There's a call of 1,
two.
but they're going to get 2.
Yeah.
Again, that busy work between the wickets, and it's being applauded by those in attendance as well at the Banks Homes Riverside.
That's momentum as well, isn't it? The batters are just on top at the moment. And that could have quite easily cantered through for an easy single there, but when you've got that momentum, then 1.5s turn into a 2, and then that just keeps building pressure on the fielding side.
Yeah, the tails are well and truly up as looks like fine legs pushing up shorter to a short fine leg. Try and cramp Armitage up a little bit. Bit of width and a diving attempt, but it's gotten through, and it won't race away despite how quick the outfield is. Catherine Bryce there doing the covering fielding, but it is another 2 for Armitage, who is really continuing on with these ambitions of trying to post up towards that pass score. We've been saying in the 220 to 250 mark potentially is where Durham are going to want to be. Still plenty of time. A little bit off of that one from Ballinger that time.
Ooh, Maddie was keen, Holly not so. I think it's a good call. It's a good call. If ever there was going to be a 2, that might have been the one to that
was
side.
The one.
Yeah.
Seen that so often in T20 cricket with the men, where they just take all the pace off and just roll it out to the boundary fielder and scamper through for 2.
It's good cricket though, scoring off every ball, which they've done in the last few overs.
Bit fuller. Villiers on the app, driving through towards long on. And she will retain the strike for the next over as well. That's 36 gone. So 14 overs still remain to play. Durham 164 for 2.
Just a little drink coming out for the 2 batters who have run really hard there. Holly, that's probably why she didn't run that 2. She was thinking that I'm just going to have a little breather, get a little drink, and then regroup and go for the next phase in this game, which again is going to look to continue to build for that last kind of assault at the back end of this innings. But in a brilliant position here, 164 for 2 after 36.
And back-to-back overs there as well, with 9 coming off the over. Sarah Glenn going for 9, and Grace Ballinger for 9 there as well, including her no ball. Could have potentially gone for more if it wasn't for that good defensive work tight on the leg side boundary.
So we're going to see a change in the bowling. Sarah Glenn being replaced.
Right, guys, before that final assault begins, I'm going to
Mate, pleasure having you in once again.
disappear.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Vic.
Always a great pleasure to come round.
Top man. Top man.
So it's Josie Groves who is coming into the attack, spin for spin from the Finkel end.
Yeah, interesting phase of the game. Durham just starting to accelerate. A tough time to come on and bowl, but can she make the impact that the other Blaze bowlers haven't been able to do so in the middle overs? She comes on a bit of leg spin. It's short and it's pulled away, and immediate impact. As that is, well, was it a half tracker? It's probably being a bit harsh, but it's been pulled straight to Sarah Glenn at mid-wicket, who takes a good catch. That was hit hard by Villiers, and she's got to go for 45. And that breaks this excellent partnership of 114 between Holly Armitage and Maddie Villiers. And she has to go.
Yeah, exactly what you want coming in. First ball just before the death bowling really starts to track through. 45 off 75 deliveries. 5 4s and 0 6s, but still going to get a very, very warm round of applause as she makes her way back into the pavilion. Had to work for that 45. Maddie Villiers was patient early on. But now here comes Bess Heath.
Yeah, and there's a couple of ways to look at that. Is that the worst time to lose a wicket? This actually gives Bess Heath the time to come in and spend a few overs before she's under any pressure to have to kind of put the hammer down. But she's naturally an aggressive player and one who I've been looking forward to watch back. Spent her pretty much her whole winter out in Australia, firstly on the Ashes tour and then with England A.
Yeah, didn't have the best performance for England A with the bat. Only 2 scores above 10 while she was out over in Sydney. 118 not out in the first game and then 115 on the 12th of April. So didn't quite have the strongest performance. But we'll be hoping to rectify that a little bit here in the back in the domestic game.
One's down the leg side, nicely taken again by Amy Jones. It's a sharp bit of work as Heath misses that one. It's a good length and a good line from Groves. Picking up that wicket first ball, what a lovely feeling that is. Another sharp catch by Sarah Glenn at mid-wicket. Took the one off Bates earlier in the day. Heath just struggling to get the ball away a little bit to start. Like I say, she's got time to build into her innings. Out there with captain Holly Armitage, who have spent quite a long time playing together. Not just obviously with the England A setup, but with the Northern Diamonds. So again, played off the back foot by Heath, but another dot. And is this a game-changing over this from Groves? So far just the one coming from it with the wide and the wicket. Heath getting back and cutting and finding the gap and getting off the mark. Again, lovely feeling that. Just getting that first run away. That ends the 37th over. A wicket taking over for Groves. She has 1 for 2. Captain Holly Armitage is 76 not out, and Bess Heath just off the mark with a single.
Yeah, I think you hit it spot on there, Ash, with the question you asked as to whether it was a perfect time to take a wicket or an awkward time. But I think 13 overs remain. Bess Heath, obviously, as we said, hasn't had the best performance out in Australia in the spring. There's change of bowling. Sarah Glenn is going to have a look.
Change of ends.
Yeah, from the Lumley end. Spent 7 overs from the Finkel end and was relatively economical. Had that one expensive over at the end of her first spell. 32 for none with 1 maiden were her figures. As she begins her second spell. Bit of a straightener line straight up to Bess Heath there. Not too much turn. But Heath will get 1 run and get to the safe non-striker's end. Yeah, it's a bit awkward to see while Armitage is still at the crease. That's going to be the key here for the Blaze. She will be the one that they really want to try and get sent back to the pavilion, and that's nicely tucked around the corner. Again, just 1 run. If they can keep Armitage quiet, try and attack this middle order, and all of a sudden it's a sort of 190, 200 attackable total. Good shot there Very nice shot there from Bess Heath. That is going to just find the boundary rope. Durham batters have been trying that for most of the day, that sweep shot. This time it's a little bit more of a guided sweep. And Heath starts to show her intent early. First boundary for her.
Yeah, it was clever, just walking across a crease and lap sweeping that one nice and fine, knowing that there wasn't a fielder just behind square on the leg side, which has changed now. Obviously know Beth Heath's game quite well.
Oh, Boulder gets the top of off stump as Heath tried to guide it round the corner once again. And 1 wicket becomes 2. Josie Groves and Sarah Glenn working in tandem, spinning either end. And that question that we asked earlier, Ash, is starting to have its answer a little bit clearer here now. Heath goes for 6, and it's 172 for 4.
Yeah, it was interesting that they had 2 fielders there for the reverse sweep at the start, and she got across and paddled that. Then they closed off the paddle, and Bess Heath went to the reverse sweep, and Sarah Glenn was on target, hitting the top of off stump. So the Blaze go bang bang and get 2 wickets in 2 overs, and Durham are 172 for 4, still with Captain Holly Armitage at the crease on 77. But we have Leah Dobson joins her captain out in the middle.
Yeah, Leah Dobson, of course, again, was one of the players that didn't get the opportunity to bat on opening day. So will now be forced to play in to a pretty difficult situation here now that Durham have found themselves in. 2 wickets down in quick succession. Dobson will be facing the economical and dangerous Sarah Glenn for at least 2 deliveries here. Former Northern Diamonds and Superchargers player.
Yeah, very strong striker of the ball. Have a powerful middle order. You're going to need that middle order here to keep Armitage company.
First delivery there from Glenn to Dobson. Just sort of popped up on her there. Need to try and find some kind of rhythm to complement Armitage. That one a bit lower. Armitage straight out of the traps early. And another misfield is going to see them go through safely. So Leah Dobson off the mark. And she will retain the strike as well going into the next over. So 7 runs off it, but importantly, a second wicket in back-to-back overs makes it 173 for 4.
Yeah, and it is that little churn around, isn't it? 1 brings 2. I guess the fortunate thing for Durham is that Armitage is still there, that it isn't both batsmen that have built that big partnership who are out. So it'll be up to the new batters to come and support Holly Armitage as she marches towards the back end of this innings. She's been superb, 77 from 84. Leah Dobson just off the mark there with that quick single. It's going to be Groves to continue. And this has got a leading edge, but it looks like it's going to fall absolutely perfectly in the middle of 2 fielders. And Dobson will pick up a single. But things just happening here.
Yeah, slightly scary moment there for Leah Dobson. The last thing you would want for the Durham coaching staff is for wickets to fall in 3 consecutive overs. It's difficult enough that you've had it in back-to-back.
It's a loopy full toss. But Armitage punches out into the deep. She'll pick up another single just to keep it moving. Just probably changes the mindset a little bit of Armitage, who along with Villiers were looking to really accelerate. So probably just put the brakes on Durham for a little while. Dobson gets another leading edge, and she's going to be lucky again. That is incredible. It's more off the back of the bat than the leading edge. This one just drops safely into the offside. It might be a sign that Dobson just, can you play a bit straighter and a bit later?
Yeah, definitely a very nervy period that the Durham women are having to try and get through here.
Groves bowling nicely. Now Armitage being a little bit tentative. This time she does tuck the ball into the leg side. I think it'll just be the single, and it will as Bryce does the fielding out in the deep.
Yeah, heard the big cry of me from Holly Armitage, watching the pathing of the ball there and just how a head start the fielder had.
This time nice and straight from Dobson, and that closes out the over. A pretty tidy one from Groves. Just the 4 from it. Durham 177 for 4 after 39. Still in a pretty handy position, still wickets in hand as they go 1 over away from going into the last 10 overs of the innings, setting up a real assault at the back end. Sarah Glenn, what she threw, 8 overs I think? Yeah, 8 overs, 1 for 39, so I don't know whether they'll just maybe look to get rid of Sarah Glenn out of the attack and take minimal risks against her and take on the other bowlers. She's bowling against the wind as well.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be the mindset here, as we said earlier while Vic was with us. Durham batters probably don't necessarily want to try and attack someone with the international experience of Sarah Glenn, although there's another misfield off of the banning of Holly Armitage. She will get herself safe and away for 1 more run. That brings her to 80 not out as well.
It's closing on the magical 1700 mark now.
It's this young woman that has to steel her nerve here. Straightened up, but did well there, did Dobson. And they'll do the smart thing, just keep things ticking over at a slight tempo, as you said, Ash. Get Sarah Glenn through her allotted overs and out of the attack for good. And then start trying to go after some of the pace bowling. Down the ground and finds the gap past the stumps and away from the diving Glenn.
Yeah, just that little lull here in the game. Couple of wickets from the Blaze. Just put the brakes on. Couple of wickets at a great time.
Again, another straightish ball from Glenn. As we touched on earlier, not looking like getting too much turn off the ball as the leg spinner. Dobson at the moment doing what she needs to do. 5 off 7. Armitage 81. Oh, and 81 is where she will stay, looking for the big shot, trying to step across and give herself some room, but there is that straightness of Sarah Glenn's bowling, and it's going to be 3 wickets in 4 overs. A great 81 from Holly Armitage, but from a Durham point of view, that was the batter that you did not want to lose going into the death. 181 for 5.
Yeah, she's picked length really well, Holly Armitage. I think that one was just a little bit too full for a favourite pull shot, but she's batted beautifully. She goes for 81. Gets an excellent round of applause from the guys over in the Dom Robson Pavilion. But that's a huge wicket from the Blaze. 181 for 5 with 1 ball remaining in the 40th over.
That's going to bring Phoebe Turner out to the crease as well now. We'll be taking guard and getting ready to face one final delivery from Sarah Glenn in this over. It's been relatively expensive, 43 runs, but 2 important wickets, and that was slightly up in the air there off of the bat of Turner. It falls safely, And it will be the end of an over, which, yet again, the Blaze have come out on top of. 3 wickets in the last 4 overs. Durham in a little bit of trouble at 181 for 5.
Yeah, it's a great period of the game, that, for the Blaze. As you said, 3 wickets in 4 overs. Groves getting that key wicket of Matty Villiers breaking the partnership, and then the experienced Sarah Glenn getting wickets in back-to-back overs for her, getting rid of the dangerous Bess Heath, and Holly Armitage, who batted beautifully for her, 81. Be Groves to continue from the Finkel end. This is hit again in the air by Dobson, but she'll pick up a single, at least looking to hit a little bit straighter down the ground.
Half a cry catch there as well,
yeah,
in hope from Josie Groves. Been fantastic in her. What has been a small little cameo, but a very important one with the ball thus far.
And she's going to get a catch this time as Turner is early on the shot, and Durham collapsing here as Turner goes caught and bowled without scoring. Second ball, and the Blaze literally are on fire.
They are indeed. They are indeed. You can't take it away from the Blaze, from what was a pretty ordinary start with the ball throughout most of the day. That big 114-run partnership for the 3rd wicket between Villiers and Armitage, but late on, the Blaze have just started to find their stride with the ball here. Josie Groves coming in. She's been a bit of a revelation as well, and what a way to support yourself and maybe even try and get yourself a few more overs in the rest of the competition to come. Into her 3rd over of work. She's already got 2 very, very important wickets.
Yeah, outstanding work. Started the rot, picked up that first wicket of Villiers, and then diving away to her left and getting a good caught and bowled of Phoebe Turner. Durham in a little bit of trouble now, 182 for 6. As Fraser, the new batter, I was going to say batsman, but batter, Catherine Fraser, who sweeps and sweeps well to get off the mark. It's a confident shot from Fraser.
Very nice shot. Exactly what you want to see from the batters that make their way out of the pavilion in these late stages now, in the final 5th of the Durham batting innings. That has there been maybe a reassessment in the pavilion from the coaching staff, obviously with the big partnership that was intact. You were maybe looking at that 220, 250 as your target score, but now 200 to 220 might be the more attainable.
Dobson tucking this one away nicely, just to get her innings going. But that ends another successful over. We've said that quite a lot recently. As Ben mentioned, 4 wickets in 5 overs now for the Blaze. Really good period of the game for them. Groves has 2 wickets, 2 for 9 from her 3. And Sarah Glenn is about to bowl her final over. She has 2 for 43. The other wicket takers are Orla Prendergast, has 1 for 20. Then Grace Ballinger has 1 for 31.
Yeah, it's been fantastic work from the Blaze to recalibrate and really take this game into their control at the moment. It's being played on their terms, at their pace.
Wow.
Wow, as Dobson tries to go again against Glenn. Manages to fall short and safe. There's been a few that Leah Dobson has just been able to get away with that have been in mid-air into no man's land twice, I think, back-to-back shot attempts there. Did Leah Dobson manage to get away with a couple? Sarah Glenn's going to retake her mark and bowl into Catherine Fraser. Ooh, bit of turn there. Very, very wide start, but that managed to clip its way back into the top of the right pad of Fraser. Drifted quite a way across the stump, so was very safe from the muted LB appeals. As Fraser tries to drive, but right back at Sarah Glenn. No run. Credit has to go to Glenn as well for her work throughout this bowling innings. Very straight delivery there. Makes Catherine Fraser squirm around a little bit in the crease, but yeah, pretty consistent with the ball has been Sarah Glenn, bar the couple of anomalies at the end of the first spell and the start of the second. As Fraser tries to go for the big sweep shot, and just to get one run away, doesn't quite time it as well as she maybe would have envisioned to get it airborne.
Last ball of a really good spell.
Oh, and she makes it count. Straight through the gate of Leah Dobson. And Sarah Glenn and Josie Groves, the combined leg spin pair, have been absolutely phenomenal for the Braves. They continue to burn on into an inferno at the Banks Homes Riverside. Dobson goes. It's the third wicket via bowled for Glenn in this innings. And Durham fall to 186 for 7.
That isn't great game management, that, from Dobson. She'll have known that that's the last ball of Sarah Glenn's spell. Sarah Glenn now finishes with a fantastic 3 for 45. And her and Groves have really changed this game, turned it on its head. Josie Groves picking up the wicket of Villiers, picking up the wicket of Turner, but Sarah Glenn, as you said, attacking the stumps. Holly Armitage bowled, Bess Heath bowled, Leah Dobson bowled. Absolutely outstanding stuff. And Durham are now gone into a position of power of now just trying to bat the overs out. They are 7 down for 186 as Abby Glenn comes to the crease.
Yeah, this has been quite the collapse from the Durham batters. 5 wickets in the last 6 overs and all to spin.
What have they lost there? 5 for 22.
As Fraser manages to tuck a bottom edge away, back behind her into the leg side. We'll get 2.
Yeah, 5 for 22 and this great turnaround from the Blaze. Groves continuing from the Finkel end. That's 2 for 11. It's nicely played down the ground. There's still good depth in the Durham batting lineup. These two more than capable. You have Grace Thompson also to come, who scored 100 a couple of weeks ago for Durham's Academy. Durham readjusting their sights now after looking north of 250. Now, as we said, looking just to make sure that they bat their 50 overs out. 188 for 7. Sorry, for 7.
Yeah, you'd have to think now that it is the lower end of that 200 to 220 that Durham will have to be content with. 11 more runs to try and find. We've got another 7 or so overs left to play. So it's certainly not unattainable, but if the Blazers can continue their pace, and we will be getting some pace very, very shortly for the death bowling, you'd have to imagine.
That's nice bowling from Groves. And brilliant fielding off her own bowling. You can see the energy and the momentum in this innings has totally changed. And really good work there by Groves, preventing a single. And the simple things really, really matter Durham 189 now for 7 after 43.
You're spot on there as well, Ash, with the call there. It's the simple things that have been done right, and they're being done at the right point in the game here as well. It was a big danger with that partnership that it would be able to continue on. I mean, it already was surpassing the 100-plus mark, but for it to get towards the 150-odd and get towards that 230 to 250, now all of a sudden get the spinners in, get the batters uncomfortable from both ends, and that straight turn of pace as Catherine Bryce will take over, and that's going to be a wide, judged by umpire Millens. So return back into the attack, and Catherine Bryce already giving Durham a little bit of a gift there in the extra run. Nice delivery to bounce back there against Fraser. So that will spell the end of the day for Sarah Glenn. 3 for 45 of her 10 overs, 1 maiden. Going at 4.5 runs and over, and there is that defence, and there is those simple things being done right yet again that just weren't quite connecting with the Blaze in the morning periods and in the first half of this Durham batting innings. Big shot, manages to land safely for Fraser, and will not go through the legs of the covering fielder there. Doing the work out at third. That's Sarah Bryce, saving an extra couple of runs.
Yeah, it's a good bit of fielding.
Good length, good width. Not allowing Fraser to free her hands up any more than the Blaze bowling attack would like. I have to imagine if you're Tammy Beaumont in this situation, you are absolutely beaming with the fight back. Ooh, a slight misfield, but the covering was there. Good backing up.
Yeah, it's been a huge turnaround. That partnership. Maybe 114 between Villiers and Armitage was broken, and then a huge collapse from Durham.
Yorker whipped away by Fraser into the leg side. Will only get the 1 run from it. But it looks like that's where the runs are going to come for Durham in the tail end of their innings. 44 overs gone. We are 193 for 7.
And this is just the part of the innings where you're looking to accelerate and get as many as you can, but now at Durham really restricted as to just trying to eke out as many as they can, ensuring that they bat these 50 overs. Outstanding work from the Blaze. Like you said, huge turnaround. 1 bowling change has made a huge difference. And bringing Groves on. Going to see Groves removed from the attack, and Grace Ballinger return from the Finkel end. You would assume that she will bowl out from this end. Still has the 3 overs remaining. She has 1 for 31. Picked up the early wicket of Susie Bates, who was well caught at mid-wicket by Sarah Glenn, who's having a great day in the field. This one is bashed into the pitch and just defended down to mid-off for no run. Fraser looking positive. She's 8 so far. Abby Glenn yet to get off the mark.
And I think that'll be the approach here from Durham for the rest of this innings. Let Fraser try and attack and be the predominant run provider of the two. Abby Glenn just try and play a little bit of a supporting role. Pick up a 1 here and there, maybe the 2 if it's on. but it will predominantly, I believe, be on Catherine Fraser's shoulders.
High score of 53 for Abby Glenn. 53 not out, I should say. So more than capable with the bat.
Yeah, just unfortunate she's not really going to be afforded the time to build in towards that half-century sort of mark. She needs to go quickly.
Nicely guided down to third man there. Pretty good Yorker there from Grace Ballinger. And again, an average throw back in to Amy Jones behind the stumps.
Yeah, it's great execution in that Yorker. Always a beautiful sight to behold as a left armer getting that Yorker in, especially from around the wicket, really jagging back in. Almost landed with a puff up in front of middle and leg.
And again, attacking the stumps. Just keeping an eye on my club side, who've just started the ECB National Club Championship up at Ropery Lane there, 30 without loss. Chesley Street against Moulton and Old Moulton. Not fair that they've got two teams. And that's hit over the offside, and we'll check a little bit in the outfield. And good intent from Fraser. She'll pick up a couple. And that ends. Are we over number 45?
We are indeed.
197 for 7.
Yeah, good. Like you say, good intent there with that last ball of the over, trying to go up and over the top of the fielders in the ring. Get herself up to 11 now. With 5 overs to go, you're 3 runs off the 200 mark, so touch wood, that is probably going to be the minimum sort of range that Durham are going to look for, but I think 220 could potentially be a push
Yeah,
here.
they'll be looking at 220, 230 to try and finish off with a bit of a flurry, try and score off every ball, really, if that's possible.
As there's Catherine Bryce once again back into the attack. Glenn flicking to the left-hand side across the pads. One more run onto the total and one closer to that 200. Just sort of slowed down under there, did that delivery against Fraser.
Yeah, all the pace off that one, using her experience. Clever bowling stump to stump, making it difficult for the Durham batters to get the ball away.
Width swiped at from Fraser, trying to utilise that cut shot once again.
Just needed to get a bit of bat on that. There's no third man in place. That's probably part of the pressure that's built up here from the Blaze.
Oh, fuller delivery, but not straight. Just enough there for Fraser to be able to whip away off one leg. She moves on to 12. And 199 for Durham. Abby Glenn. Potentially 2 balls to face. Bowled. Swing and a miss from Abby Glenn. Well, we said that she was going to be the one to try and play the supporting role. Hasn't quite worked out here for Glenn. It's an 8th wicket to fall. A 5th by pure bowled. And it's 199 for 8.
Just shows the value of bowling straight, doesn't it? We talked a little bit about it at the start. Durham offered a bit of width to get a lot of... scored really square of the wicket. As soon as you've challenged the stumps, it's been difficult to score. So if there's a lesson to take out of this innings, it will be that Durham, if they can bowl straight and bowl at the stumps, then there'll be a chance in defending what looks like a pretty chaseable score, if you ask me. I think we were looking at potentially between 250 plus, or even 230 to 250, and now they're readjusting their sights on just to maybe get 210, 215.
Yeah, I was about to say 210 looks like an optimistic target, even with the way that the Blaze have bowled throughout these last 10 overs or so. Grace Thompson makes her way out to the crease. But first things first, they need to even surpass the 200 mark.
Yeah. Get
that one final run that they'll need. Thompson has one delivery to face from Catherine Bryce, bowling from the Lumley end. And it's just going to be defended. No risks taken there. But yet again, as we have said for the past 10 or so overs, a very, very strong over with the ball for the Blaze. And now 199 for 8.
Yeah, just the 4 overs now remaining. Grace Thompson, the new batter at the crease, along with Catherine Fraser. Little and large out there. Good height disparity between the pair, but no doubt looking to try and push Durham. Firstly, get over this 200 barrier, which has seemed quite an issue for now, and then up to the 210, 215 mark, and hopefully that's enough to defend.
Well, 2 other teams have made it over the 200 mark across the Metro Bank One Day Cup. It's been a while since we've checked in. Warwickshire 229 for 6 against Essex at Chelmsford.
That's a big turnaround, isn't it?
It's a huge turnaround. Very, very well done from Warwickshire. Hampshire 217 for 5 after they started off very, very strong.
Going to be Ballinger around the wicket. And this is full, and he's given out caught behind. That's a really good take from Jones. It was full, and Fraser throws her head back in disappointment, but she goes. That's the 9th Durham batter to fall. Goes for 12, and Durham in all sorts just can't break this 200 marker. 199 now for 9.
Yeah, that is supremely disappointing there from a Durham perspective and from Catherine Fraser. Maybe a little bit of an error in shot selection there, trying to rush the advantage, knowing that there's only 4 overs remaining, wants to get the big sweeping drive back over the pace bowler's head, but maybe would have just been better suited to ride that first ball or 2 of the over. Yes, you're not afforded a lot of time, but you only need that 1 run to get to the 200, so play for that first and foremost. But now it's going to be up to Grace Thompson and Katie Levick at number 11.
She's been working really hard on her batting over the winter, Katie Levick, so hopefully we'll see the fruits of that labour over the next 23 balls. She's a big character in that Durham change room, and what Durham will want to do is just try and take some momentum into this second innings, because at the moment it's all with the Blaze. Like I say, turn that around from 164 for at the fall of the 3rd wicket to now being 199 for 9. And Ballinger bounding in, and Lev gets a thick outside edge on that one and will get off the mark, and Durham finally get to that 200.
Yeah, nervy moments there about whether it was even going to be a possibility, but they've taken 46.2 overs to do it. Big credit has to be given, though, to the way the Blaze have approached this back end of the bowling innings. Been absolutely ruthless.
Playing a miss from Thompson. Tries to drive with good intent. You can see a total change in body language in the last 40 minutes from the girls in orange, who are right on top here. And Durham with it all to do. 200 for 9. That's full and straight and nicely defended by Grace Thompson.
Yeah, and further to that point about the body language, you can hear it as well around the Blaze fielders, a lot more vocal than they were. And why wouldn't you?
I don't know if that was Tammy Beaumont in reply to one of the Durham fans shouting out, "Come on, Durham." We just stopped Ballinger in her tracks. That one's driven nicely by Thompson, but won't beat mid-off.
And this is the perfect kind of passage of play that you'd want to be set up for your death bowlers as well. Just allow them to work through their final couple of overs, try and knock the tail enders past and keep it short of those projected totals at the start of the day.
What an outstanding over from Ballinger, just the one from it. And the wicket of Fraser. Durham, 3 overs remaining, 200 now for 9. And just looking to bat out these last 18 balls and eke out whatever runs that they can to make this a defendable total.
Yeah, it's exactly that, Ash. I think having any kind of targets in mind now for the remaining 3 overs will be a bit foolish. We've got to that 200. That's kind of as content as we're going to have to be. If we can get to 210, then fantastic, but it's going to take a lot of work to be able to do that with Ballinger and Bryce with their tails up as Levick floats a half volley up towards Ella Claridge. This is going to be a big, big ask of the Durham bowlers, and that is going to be it. Once again, straight through the gate as Levick tries to step across and give herself some room. And Catherine Bryce will take that final all-important wicket. Well, it all looked like it was going to be smooth sailing for Durham's women's side. Susie Bates, the early wicket to fall, but Emma Marlowe and Holly Armitage, alongside Maddie Villiers, were able to steady the Durham batting ship. But as soon as Villiers departed, the sails ran dry, and wickets in bunches for the Blaze have seen Durham be bowled all out for just 200.
Yeah, stunning collapse. 8 for 36 is the collapse. Durham cruising at 164 for 2 with the fall of Villiers' wicket, with the introduction of Josie Groves, and that sparked a huge collapse. 8 for 36, as we've said. We'll go through the card. It was Susie Bates was the first to go. She was caught nicely down low to a right by Sarah Glenn for 9 off the bowling of Ballinger. Emma Marlowe started brightly, but then was bowled by Prendergast for 27. We then saw Villiers caught by Glenn off the bowling of Groves for 45. Bess Heath was then bowled by Glenn for 6. Then the big wicket of Holly Armitage, who scored 81 from 90. When she went, Durham were fearful of the innings tailing away, and that's exactly what happened, as Dobson was then bowled by Glenn for 8. Turner was caught and bowled by Groves for 0. Then we had Fraser and Glenn, obviously in quick succession, and Katie Levick the last to go for 1. Durham 200 all out. Ballinger picked up 2 for 36. Prendergast 1 for 20. Bryce picked up her second wicket with the last ball, 2 for 26. And the spin of Sarah Glenn and Groves were the catalyst for that collapse. Groves picking up 2 for 12, but Sarah Glenn all bowled, picking up 3 for 45, leading the Blaze, requiring a 201 for victory, Ben. And we didn't see that coming, did we?
No, not at all. And there's 2 big keys from Durham's collapse there. If we were talking about the cut shot being the vital tool early from a Durham batting perspective for them to get their early success, the late success from the Blaze has been through the spin and through the bowled as well. I think I've counted up quickly that 6 of the 10 wickets were all clean bowled, and I think 4 of them were off of spin. 5 of them, I'll correct myself actually. Sarah Glenn getting 3,
yep.
And Bryce getting a couple as well. So it's been a real tough collapse there from the Durham women, and it's all going to be on their bowling attack to try and limit the Blazers' offensive threats.
Yeah, well, Durham with it all to do after setting up at what looked like it was going to be a good total, collapsing to 200 all out. The Blaze will need 201 to win in about 25 minutes. And we'll be back with live coverage then. Well, welcome back to the Banks Home Riverside, as the Blaze will shortly be batting in pursuit of 200, needing 201 to win, after an outstanding recovery in the field where Durham were absolutely cruising at 164 for 2. Then Maddie de Villiers even. I've been waiting to mess that up all day. Maddie Villiers' wicket caused a huge collapse where Durham lost 8 for 36 and were bowled out for 200. Stars of the show from a Durham point of view, Holly Armitage and Maddie Villiers. From the Blaze point of view, the real turnaround came with the spin, the introduction of Josie Groves picking up that wicket of Villiers, and then Abby Glenn, she plays for us, Sarah Glenn, picking up 3 wickets. Durham with it all to do, and you would have to say that the Blaze are right in the driving seat, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. Welcome back, everybody, after the lunch break. But yeah, the Blaze are in a very, very commanding position, as you said there. You wouldn't have thought that after the third wicket partnership. 114 runs put on between Holly Armitage and Maddie Villiers. And then the punches in bunches, getting all of those wickets. Sarah Glenn in her second spell got a wicket in all 3 of her overs, and Josie Groves hitting a 50% wicket conversion rate in her 4 overs as well. So a really, really strong second half fight back, but it's going to need to be a very, very strong fight from ball 1 here from a Durham perspective, as it looks like it's going to be Thompson to kick us off. And immediately trying to get on the front foot is Amy Jones, and there's runs straight away for the Blaze.
Yeah, Grace Thompson bowled beautifully, picking up Durham's first wicket in the game against Essex on Wednesday. Big job for the youngster, 17-year-old. With the new ball, set the tone right from the start against 2 international superstars of the game.
Good first delivery there from Thompson to Blaze skipper Tammy Beaumont. Lots of eyes, of course, will be on her and what she can do, not only for this domestic season in the new Metro Bank One Day Cup, but also further onwards, looking in towards the international duty as the summer starts to kick into gear. Good work again there from Thompson. Offered a little bit of width, but had coverage in the gully region.
Yeah, not a bad opening pair, this, Amy Jones and Tammy Beaumont. I said lots of experience. Lots of ownership will be on them to get the Blaze off to a good start. Start to eat into this total of just 200 that they're chasing.
Width, but coverage, and a misfield from the Durham fielders. Gets Tammy Beaumont off of the mark. It was one of the biggest Achilles heels of the Blaze bowling in the early stages, was those misfields, particularly right across on the square in the offside. Those cut shots were absolutely vital for Durham to post the total that they have. Good front forward defence from Jones. But the key for Durham here will be getting those wickets and getting them early, not allowing the Blaze to have that period in the middle of their innings to congregate and to continue to compound runs on the board. Try and limit partnerships to 30 to 50 if it can be helped. Full banger from Thompson. Slaps straight back at her, but does well to get in the way of it. Opening over of the Blaze attack. Just 2 runs from it.
Love that term, the full banger. It's about as Aussie as it gets.
Too right. Too right indeed. We'll have a quick check-in and see how the other teams in the division finished off in their opening innings. Warwickshire were all bowled out in the end, just on the edge of their 50, but made a hefty total. It was 289.
Wow.
That they made. So Essex chasing 290 to win in Chelmsford. Hampshire finished on 259 for 8. So Surrey will be chasing 260, and Somerset only made 205 for 9 down at Taunton. So Lancashire looking for back-to-back wins. We'll be chasing 206.
There you go. Round the grounds. Back here at the Banks Homes Riverside, it's going to be Catherine Fraser to open with a bit of off-spin from the Lumley end and a bit of turn and bounce to start from Fraser. Durham desperate for early wickets in defence of this 200. And that's a nice start from Fraser and good fielding. Preventing a single there.
Tell you what, there is some real turn and bounce early here for Catherine Fraser. Very interesting call to open up early with a spinner.
That one's a bit straight and it's pulled away down the leg side. And Beaumont will pick up a single. Yeah, it's a big call. Durham do have good spin options. And a lot of their bowling attack lies with spin. You have Fraser, you have Villiers, you have Marlowe, you have obviously Katie Levick. There's 4 good options. Susie Bates might roll out a little bit of spin as well. This one's short and tucked away out into the leg side by Amy Jones. Without any trouble, picking up another single.
Economical in game 1 was Catherine Fraser as well against Essex. 8.3 overs bowled, for 25.
Oh, that's a lovely line, that, and draws the outside edge from Beaumont, who will pick up a couple as that one runs down to third man. Where Turner does the fielding. It's a good attacking line, that, from Fraser.
Yeah, that's exactly what Durham will want to start off with. Get on the front foot.
Oh, and again, a bit of turn back into Beaumont, who negotiates that well. Pats that back down the wicket. We're 2 overs down, and the Blaze are 6 without loss.
Good early signs, though, from Catherine Fraser in that first inning. Like you said, good bit of turn, a little bit of bounce in there as well. Popped up nicely just in front of both Jones and Beaumont, particularly that last ball of the over there. Just rode up on Beaumont a little bit there. And that's what you want, try and get it at play off the back foot, play into some of those false strokes and just loop it up into the air to someone at short mid off, someone at cover. And take the big immediate threat out of the attack. Here comes Grace Thompson again. Good delivery there. Full up, straight in towards middle and leg.
Yeah, it's good from the youngster.
Thompson, who was one of only 2 Durham bowlers in game 1 to bowl her full allotted 10 overs in the opening game. 2 for 34 she went for as well with 1 maiden, so did very, very well.
Yeah, she was outstanding.
Oh, on the pads. Big shout from keeper and sort of second slip where the fielder is placed there, but handily going down leg side.
Yeah, it's good. What Durham will want to do is attack the stumps a lot more than what the Blaze did early doors. You've mentioned that short and wide ball was put away on numerous occasions, sometimes with the assistants in the field. Thompson will look to swing the ball away from the right-hander naturally.
I just saw a little bit there. A little bit of width, but not enough for Jones to be able to truly free her hands up. crashing it straight into the cover region. Halfway through the second over of Thompson. It's been very, very good so far. 4-dot balls, and there's a little bit of zip, a little bit of energy around the Durham field, and that's what you want when your batting attempt collapsed so quickly. Try and make sure that you go into that lunch break, shake off any of the disappointment, any of the nerves that are still, I imagine, quite around this Durham side as well. That's a bit wider, not quite timed by Jones. It's fielded brilliantly as well, just on the edge of the circle.
That's good feeling there by Marlowe. They're going to be vital if Durham want to protect this 200. They just have to be about flawless in the field.
Oh, good bowl. Very, very nice there against Tammy Beaumont. End of the third over. It's been economical so far in the first 3 overs. 7 without loss.
Yeah, it was an excellent over that from Thompson, and a really nice way to finish it. A little bit of shape, good bounce. Beaumont in defence. Was pretty comfortable, but still asking good questions there, the youngster.
That was one of the biggest things early on that was missing from the Blaze bowling innings, wasn't it, Ash? I think you pointed it out during the coverage, was there weren't too many pressing questions being asked of the Durham batters. If Thompson, Fraser and whoever follows on next, whether it's Levick or...
Yeah, you'll probably see Abby Glenn bowl a bit of seam and lots of spin. You've got Phoebe Turner, who was absolutely outstanding in picking up 4 wickets as well, so that'll be your seam options. This one's short, but does turn back. Just cramping Amy Jones through room.
Yeah, that looked like it was going to stay very wide, even with a little bit of turn, but got a very sharp dart straight back into the stumps.
And then again, turn and bounce. Jones just staying leg side of the ball. Yeah, a bit flatter. I like that. This is good from Fraser and good from Durham. Not allowing this Blaze pair to escape. Some easy early boundaries.
Oh, good commitment. What commitment that is for Catherine Fraser. And it's a really interesting point that we've got here as well with Fraser, whereas the 2 leggies for the Blaze weren't getting too much turn and bounce. It was consistently flat.
Oh, that's really good bowling and a bit of pressure built up. Fraser's unlucky not to get a little bit more than she deserved there. As Jones gets a thick inside edge. Out into the deep on the leg side, but again, just 1 from that over. 8 without loss after 2.
Yeah, to carry on the point that I was making there before the last ball of the over, while it was consistent and flat from the 2 leg spinners for the Blaze, obviously it was effective. But when you've got this little bit of turn and bounce that's coming from the off spinner here of Fraser, when you do occasionally mix in that one that just stays on straight, it's about timing when you use that variation, because you're getting your natural turn and you're getting helped out with a little bit with the pitch, with the bounce as well, just riding up on the batters. What point do you just go straight flipper? What point do you try and keep it a little lower as well? Thompson into bowl. Took a little bit off it there, it looked like, to Jones.
That's turning with the new ball as well.
So, who knows what on earth could happen with that ball gets a little bit older, as Jones just saw there, maybe just caught in your pictures, just trying to stretch both her arms out there. Maybe a bit more of a mental game to try and free herself up. As that's the first real loose delivery from Thompson, and she's going to be made to pay. Slashed through the offside for 4.
Yeah, Durham can't afford the ball with width. That one put away. We saw Durham batters prepared to jump all over on any width that they receive from the Blaze bowlers. Amy Jones returning serve, putting that one away.
First real sign of a loose delivery there from Thompson as well. 3 off of 12 before the start of this over. Good reply though. Slower Yorker.
Yeah, it's a good adjustment that from Thompson. Honing back in around that 4th, 5th stump area. A little bit of shape away from the right-hander. Jones met it nicely but couldn't beat mid-off.
Gets a driving, but straight to the captain Armitage. Fires the ball straight back into Bess Heath's gloves. Had a great day with the gloves in game 1 as well, didn't she? Catching Grace Scrivens, catching Cordelia Griffith, stumping Sophie Smale. Again, slower, but timed better this time from Jones. And that's going to race straight through the mid-off cover region for another boundary. Been an expensive over already from Grace Thompson. Now that's 8 off it.
Just wondering whether you could change the field a little bit here and trust Thompson with what she's bowling. You don't have any sweeper out on the offside. You could maybe bring in your deep sweeper. They do have one extra option as well in the field, adding a sweeper. Sticking with it for now.
It's width again, it's crunched. And just slightly misfielded by Emma Marlowe at point. And I'll allow Jones to scurry through for 1 and retain at the strike. Expensive over from Grace Thompson, 9 off of it. The Blaze, 17 for none off 5.
Yeah, that was the first over where there was any width offered to the batters, and Amy Jones climbed into them, picking up 2 boundaries. 17 without loss now, and Durham desperate need of some early wickets.
Yeah, ideally, if you want to be in a strong chance in this game, by the time the Blaze reach their 50, you ideally want them 2 down.
Yeah.
3 if you're really fortunate.
Yeah, get greedy.
Oh, that's up.
That's great intent from Amy Jones. Picks it up over mid-on, and we'll get 2. Coming back for 3. No, they're not. That's excellent fielding out there, preventing that going for a boundary. Really good work. Does that look destined to be trickling over the rope? But they only get 2, and that might be just the little momentum shift back in Durham's favour that they need. Again finding the outside edge, Fraser. Challenging both edges with that turn. Turner does the fielding. Another run to Jones. 20 now without loss.
Yeah, going back quickly to that first ball of the over, it's one thing we didn't really see Durham do much of in their batting innings was go airborne. Early intention there from Amy Jones and Tammy Beaumont. They know that they are in the better position going into this batting innings as it is, so why not put the pressure even further?
Nicely bowled. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It was only when a series of dot balls built up on Susie Bates really that she walked down and nailed one through mid-on. Again, a bit of width offered. That's great fielding by the skipper in the covers. Holly Armitage getting down low to her left to save a boundary.
captain to captain on that play there. And like you say, very, very strong fielding. They'll need to keep sharp out there.
Jones down the wicket again. This time gets it straighter and harder. And she'll pick up a boundary. And that's great use of the feet from Amy Jones. She picks up 4. The score moves along to 25 without loss, and she has 20 of those. Beaumont on 5. And the pressure immediately turned straight onto Durham.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Absolutely beautiful shot. And again, speaking on something that we didn't really see much of Durham do in their batting innings, is the use of the feet, not being afraid to go down the track. Obviously, you helped a little bit here with facing the spin so early on in the batting innings, but traditionally in the short forms of the game, those are the kind of bowlers that you look to try and attack, free the feet up, either advancing down the ground or giving yourself that little bit of room to cut away through the offside. So really, really good intent and really, really good time to pick that shot as well for Amy Jones. Oh, advancing there was Beaumont. That's the first real play and a miss that we've seen out of a Blaze batter. Beaumont, who's taken a bit of a back seat so far in this partnership. 5 off of 13 deliveries. Jones 20 off 24. Big high bat lift as Thompson strides in. Oh, crashes into the pad. It looked like there, no appeals. Beaumont will scamper through, and it will be a leg bye. But there is Beaumont doing exactly what the skipper did for Durham, advancing down early. Good
what
delivery,
shot
but
that is.
Perfect shot to meet it. Gets the Yorker, maybe just a little shorter of the Yorker length. And Amy Jones, who looks like is in complete go mode here at the Riverside at Chester Street, goes bang, thank you very much. And another boundary puts the Blaze to 30 without loss.
That was an awesome shot. Great balance. Picking the small gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. Amy Jones in great touch.
Oh, and again, this time straight down the ground. Evades the dive of both bowler and fielder. And Amy Jones is not looking back whatsoever as she looks to try and help the Blaze charge through this total without too much argument.
Yeah, that was power, wasn't it, down the ground. The last shot a little bit more elegant. That was all power. Amy Jones.
That's going to prompt a fielding change here. We're going to get it sweeper out on the offside. Still do have that deep square leg in play as well. Fuller clipped into the leg side, more of an edge as opposed to anything full face. But Jones will get back for 2. And just like that, felt like only a moment ago we started off the Blaze batting innings, and Amy Jones is already up to 30.
Yeah, she's playing nicely. Pretty risk-free, looking to hit strong down the ground, which I really like.
Fuller, little bit of width that Jones just flings the hands forwards to. Gets the 1 run. And that will end another very, very productive over from Amy Jones. An expensive one again from Grace Thompson. End of the 7th over. A Blaze 37 for none.
Yeah, outstanding start. A lovely afternoon here in Chester Street. Bit fresh, bit breezy, but lots of sunshine. A nice little crowd in mainly over to the Don Robson Pavilion side of the ground. There's a couple of hearty souls in the LNER stand, which will be getting some sunshine. But yeah, the Blaze playing nicely. Got all the momentum after the back end of Durham's batting innings. And Jones sweeps and gets an under edge. Levick does the fielding.
Just needs something here. Durham, even a half chance just to will the belief a little bit. There's still a little bit of chatter out there, but
Jones using her feet and getting to that one on the full and plays it nicely down to long on. Should pick up another single.
Especially with Amy Jones moving and as freely as she is right now. Seeing the ball very, very well. 5 fours already in her innings. Another fielding change here as well, coming from back behind the keeper, Bess Heath, and towards sort of short, fine leg.
Beaumont down the wicket and beaten in the flight, but manages to drag that one away out into the leg side. And manages to avoid the fielder out in the mid-wicket area. It's good bowling from Fraser. Just holding a nerve. Good flight from Fraser as this one's driven to Armitage out in the covers. This one flatter and punched nicely with good balance by Jones off the back foot down to long on for another single.
There is a little bit of that variation tried to attempt a little bit more pace on it, just dragging the ball straight down. Oof.
And good running there as they pick up another single. Just busy in that over. Nice over from Fraser and tidy. But the Blaze off to a little flyer here. 41 without loss after 8.
Yeah, a flyer indeed. And when Durham went off to a bad start themselves, I mean, we're end of the 8th over. Scores are, in theory, level from where both teams were at this stage of the game. The only difference being that Durham had lost their first wicket in the form of Susie Bates at this point in the game. But as things stand, it's a very, very strong start from the Blaze, who have already navigated and forced the most expensive over of the game with that 12-run over from Grace Thompson, who is going to depart here. Early bowling change, and it is going to be Katie Levick.
Yeah, good move. Get your best bowler on early. Challenge these two. Katie Levick, 82 wickets, the leading wicket taker in domestic cricket.
Well, spin from both sides worked for the Blaze. Not going to have quite the same result on the first ball here this time. Good fielding to stop it from going to the rope.
Yeah, Leah Dobson out there in the deep, doing very well.
So that means Grace Thompson departs on number 24 of her first 4 overs.
A little bit of turn from Levick there, turn and bounce. That one rips through to the keeper and then onto first slip.
Well defended again there. That quick action that Katie Levick has as well. Just watch her as soon as she gets to that highest point. Quick one taken here from Beaumont. Done nicely.
Great batting that. Identifying the gap in the offside and just dropping and running.
frees the hands and finds a little gap through the inner circle. The sweeper is out there, though. Jones and Beaumont just rotating the strike now to navigate this first Katie Levick over. 4 runs already off it. Final ball. That one bat jammed into the ground from Tammy Beaumont, but navigated safely from a Blaze perspective. It's another 4 runs off of the over. 45 for none from 9.
It's a nice over that from Levick, beating Beaumont's bat with a bit of turn and bounce earlier in the over. There is some turn in this pitch, as you would expect. First used on Wednesday. It's a dry and good surface to bat on. Outfield's rapid, so this is going to take some hard work from Durham if they want to get back into this game. They need some wickets, and they need them soon.
Yeah, soon is the key, really, as Fraser will continue.
And a bit of width on the top edge. Marlowe getting round and can't take the catch. Near the half chances that Durham need to take. It was a good effort from Emma Marlowe. She scrambled round, but unable to get her hands on the ball.
Difficult chance there for Marlowe. It is certainly a half chance, but didn't quite get the body shape round. Was always sort of backpedaling and that awkward, twisted kind of position that you don't want to be when you're trying to chase a ball that's dropping with quite some pace.
Yeah, half chance. This one's flat and punched off the back foot with great bat speed from Tammy Beaumont, and that will race away across this outfield for 4. Lovely batting from the Blaze skipper, and that brings up the 50. Halfway through the 10th over.
Yeah, not much argument there either from either team. I think you can say Amy Jones has come out with intent. Tammy Beaumont now starting to get a handle on things. That's probably one of the shots of the day.
And that's over mid-off, and we'll go for 4 more. Great batting again, hitting strong down the ground. You'd have to say that the last 10 overs of Durham's batting innings and the first 10 overs of this Blaze batting innings firmly belong to the Blaze.
Absolutely. We just complimented Tammy Beaumont there about potentially playing one of the shots of the day. That had the makings of being a nightmare and then turned into dreamland as it just managed to get over the head of mid-off. Away from the long levers at the fielder there.
Little change of attack around the wicket from Fraser. I think you might see Fraser changed at the Lumley end. I think that as a captain you're going to need to rotate through these and just find that magic combination. Catch it.
Got it.
Great catch. Well done, Catherine Fraser. She's been really brave in this spell. And she picks up the vital wicket of Amy Jones for the last ball of the 10th over. And Durham will find that that's a little ray of light there at the end of the tunnel. That's a huge breakthrough as Amy Jones goes caught and bowled by Catherine Fraser.
Yeah,
That's 54 on the board.
Yeah, that's huge. That's absolutely huge at the end of the power play as well. Getting that first wicket down. What looked like was going to be and has been another expensive over as well. It's 10 off of it.
Yeah, a couple of boundaries and finished off with the wicket there. Jones 35, caught and bowled Fraser. Blaze 55 for 1. 54 for 1. Oh, we've got a mix up here.
It is 55.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 54 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I think just hasn't quite updated yet. I think it marked the the 1 run before the wicket as a dot ball.
Yeah, you bang on. It's 55 for 1.
But yeah, very, very important wicket there, as the Durham women were at the end of their power play, were 46 for 1. A maiden over was the end of the power play from Orla Prendergast. But here, finally getting that breakthrough after the second over, going for 10 plus. Levick back into the attack. Hammered straight into the fielder.
Yeah, this is where Durham need to back this up with back-to-back wickets.
Cut away. Finds a gap. There is cover out there on the
It was
offside.
a bit of a mix-up.
Yeah, stumble there. Just a little slow on the uptick there from Katie Levick, trying to whip the bails off. Might have even been a little slower to making its way into Levick in the first place, but it was just a bit of a stumble from Bryce. So there's the cut shot again, but this time only finds the fielder. Just dabs down. I'll take a very, very quick single.
That's great batting. Really good batting.
That gives Catherine Bryce the first opportunity to face the Durham bowling attack. The first shot played is a gentle cut shot. Straight square into the hands of Catherine Fraser. It was the pick of the Blaze batters on game day 1. Made 70 against Lancashire. There's a very, very similar stroke there to close the inning. So a good one from Katie Levick to back up the first Blaze wicket to fall. 58 for 1.
Yeah, pretty tidy over to follow up. The wicket taking over there from Katie Levick. Just as I was saying, at the end of that, you might see a change in the bowling. Fraser is still coming off despite taking the wicket. We're going to see Phoebe Turner join the attack from the Lumley end. Holly Armitage is barking out instructions for her fielders.
Turner, who we already established was so important in game 1 for the bowling. 4 wickets, 8 overs, 33 runs conceded. Here against Essex, we'll need a similar, if not slightly better performance out of her.
Oh, full and straight from Turner. As you will hear, come on Tina, ringing around the ground quite a lot. Oh, this time beats the bat. She's Durham's quickest bowler. Obviously Lauren Filer still not back to full fitness in bowling as of yet. It's a big miss for Durham, but that's provided. Probably Grace Thompson with that opportunity that she really grabbed in that first game, picking up a couple of wickets.
Yeah, it just unfortunately hasn't quite clicked for her in this one as of yet, but
again full, driven by Tammy Beaumont with a strong bottom hand. Out to mid-on for no run.
Turner really on the mark early with that pace. You can already see 3 deliveries in, and Beaumont just looking a little bit off balance, especially in that defensive and the third at ball.
Oh, there's a top edge. It's gone straight up in the air to Armitage, who takes the catch, and a big breakthrough, a double breakthrough for Durham. And Phoebe Turner, who took 4 in game 1, is now on the board with a huge wicket of Tammy Beaumont, caught in the covers by Armitage. And Beaumont has to go for 22, and the Blaze are 58 for 2.
Huge, absolutely huge. It's exactly what you wanted if you're from a Durham perspective. 2 wickets in 3 overs now, and it's a bowling change that strikes again as it did for the Blaze in their bowling innings. This time Phoebe Turner picking up where she left off. Simply the best from Phoebe Tina Turner.
Very good. Very good.
What it does mean is that 2 of the biggest danger threats are gone as well now for the Blaze. Still do have to deal with Catherine Bryce, who made 70 in game 1. There's still plenty more work to do. Can't get too out of control just yet.
It's something to build on now, isn't it? And we saw what happened with Durham, the back end of their innings. Can Durham now really break through? Similar pattern to game 1, where Essex got off to a little bit of a start. This one's a little bit further than that, but then Turner was a big game changer, picking up wickets. And that's good pace and good angle again. As who have we got? Sarah Bryce is in, joining Catherine Bryce at the crease. Both yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, Sarah Bryce coming in for this game was the one change that was made by the Blaze. Now Georgie Boyce playing here today, who made 20 and came in at 5. This was where Georgia Elwis came in for the Blaze against Lancashire.
Turner on the money again. Wicket maiden to start for Phoebe Turner. And just what Durham needed, back-to-back wickets.
Yeah, incredible first over there from Phoebe Turner. As you say, it's exactly what Durham needed after Amy Jones and Tammy Beaumont got off to a flying start. 55-run partnership for that first wicket. As a wicket fell earlier for Durham than it has for the Blaze at this stage. That second wicket has come right on par, right level, was in the 12th over for Durham as well, but the Blaze currently holding an 8-run advantage as to where Durham were in their batting innings, as we're getting another bowling change here.
Abby Glenn.
Abby Glenn makes her way onto the crease. Strides in now, slower, and turned around the corner for Catherine Bryce. First run on the board for her. Abby Glenn, who bowled only the 2 overs on game day 1, went for 18, so went 9 runs and over off the 2. Well, that's a bit fuller, a bit wider, but still that slower pace from Glenn. And at the moment, the 2 Bryce girls, Catherine and Sarah respectively, just happy to alternate the strike after 2 wickets falling in quick succession. Ooh, wild swing and a miss there from Catherine Bryce. And that's good from Glenn. Finds her mark again. Full up, down the leg side though. And given a wide by umpire Naeem. throws the hands at it as Catherine Bryce doesn't quite time it to find the rope. Only meets the sweeper out on the offside. Just the one run from it. 62 runs on the board now, with 2 wickets down. At this stage, the end of the 13th over, Durham were 52 on the board. Fuller delivery. A little bit of width there for Sarah Bryce to work with. And again, just alternating the strike, taking things a bit slower. And you've got the run advantage in your favour compared to where your opposition were. Be very, very happy to do so. Last ball of the first Glen over. Bouncer. At least tries it. Turn around the corner. Good fielding there. Out. That square leg. It's just going to limit them to 1. So a productive over from a batting perspective there for the Blaze. 64 for 2.
Yeah, Glenn just easing into her work. That's an outstanding bit of fielding in the deep. It's Leah Dobson out there saving a boundary. 64 for 2 on the board.
Let's have a quick check in and see what else is going on as sides around the Metro Bank One Day Cup are entering their second innings as well. Essex off to a good start, 35 for none at Chelmsford. They're chasing 290 to win.
That's good challenging areas from Turner. Oh, an average throw back to Bess Heath from Maddie Villiers. There's a little panic for overthrows there.
Surrey at the moment struggling a little bit in their chase of 260 to win. They're 19 for 2 in their 6th over. Ooh. And Lancashire off to a flyer in Taunton, 42 for none in their 10th over at the moment at Taunton. They're chasing just 206 to win.
Mm-hmm.
So they are certainly in the ascendancy, you'd have to say, against their hosts, looking for back-to-back victories.
Oh, and this one's short and wide and punished. Beautiful piece of timing from Catherine Bryce. We've seen a lot of boundary square of the wicket today, and there's another one.
Yeah, it's just a really poor delivery there from Phoebe Turner. Width was there, and it was just that fraction slower as well for Catherine Bryce to say thank you.
She moves under 7 now, Bryce. And the score under 68 for 2.
Well, we surpassed that point where we were talking about earlier in hypotheticals, hoping that the Blaze were going to be 50 for 2.
Mm. That's a lovely shot again through the covers on the up. And you won't catch that on this outfield. Racing away, Catherine Bryce in style into double figures. Moves on to 11. And the Blaze move on to 72 for 2.
Yeah, that's just a really, really lovely shot there from Catherine Bryce after punishing the wider delivery from Turner 2 balls prior. This time it's a lot straighter, a lot fuller onto the stumps, and just driven with timing.
Dot ball to finish off. 8 runs off the over, 72 for 2. Bryce K is on 11. Bryce S is on 2.
A real difficult second over for Phoebe Turner to have to navigate there after getting a wicket maiden to start things off. 2 boundaries, one of them on a poor delivery, the other on a very good delivery. But the timing was even better from Catherine Bryce. She is looking like she is in very, very fine form, carrying on from the 70 that she scored against Lancashire at Trent Bridge. on game one. Short ball was up in the air for a little bit of time, but just bounced into safety there for Sarah Bryce. And away from the diving fielder hands. Get through for a single. And bring Catherine back onto strike again. What can Abby Glenn do? Goes straight up. Just lets her push it into the leg side. What will be in the mind of the Durham skipper, Holly Armitage? Here we said about potentially looking to try and get the Blaze for 50-2. That hasn't happened. Bit of a awkward stride there, it looked like, actually, from Abby Glenn. Didn't look like she quite hit her follow-through the way that she normally would. Ended up being a sort of slightly wider Yorker that fell just kind of to safety. That one feathered down the left leg side, and it's going to get all the way to the rope as well. Katie Levick can't come across to be able to prevent it. And Catherine Bryce, last 3 scoring shots have all hit the boundary rope.
Yeah, not a great delivery, that one from Abby Glenn on the hip. And Catherine Bryce looks in fantastic form to start this innings. 3 really crisp boundaries to her name already.
Full delivery. Just took a little bit off it as well. It looked like there, Glenn. And the Bryce girls will come back for 2. 7 runs off this over already from Abby Glenn. And 1 more delivery still to bowl. Just throws the hands at it. Stopped enough there by the captain, Holly Armitage. And that will close the inning there. So 15 overs gone. The Blaze are 79 for 2. Just require 122 more runs to win their first game of the Metro Bank One Day Cup campaign.
Yeah, good little start to this partnership from the Bryce sisters. Rebuilding after the double loss of Jones and Beaumont, leaving them on 58 for 2. Catherine Bryce, as I said, looks in stunning form at the moment. I'll tell you who's in stunning form is one of my club mates just up the road at Ropery Lane is Andrew Smith, who is currently blazing away. And he's 85 from 37 balls with 8 4s and 7 6s. This one's down the leg side from Turner. Opening the batting with Danny Hazel's husband, Jacob McCann, who's just brought up his century in the National Club Championship. 239 for 1 from 29.
Wow.
And Smith is looking to catch up on McCann. Absolute loose cannon of a human being and as a batsman. But both cashing in today, which is great to see.
Certainly wouldn't mind that one bit as a head coach of any side at whatever level you play.
Yeah, it's even better when you're down here and not even having to watch it. Phoebe Turner, another wicket desperately needed for Durham before this partnership develops any further. But again, short and wide and cut away, and that will go for 4. Once you hit the gap on this outfield, there's very little chance of catching it. And Sarah Bryce this time cashes in on one not quite as wide as the one that Catherine put away in the previous over, but gets plenty of it and beats Catherine Fraser down on the boundary. 84 for 2 now. Sarah Bryce's first boundary moves her on to 7.
That's the last thing that Durham will want. Last thing you want is the second, the partner batsman for these big partnerships when one's already racing away. Catherine Bryce hitting a runner ball at the moment, 17 off 17. Sarah Bryce now starting to catch up. That's when those partnerships start to become a lot more solid.
Yeah, it's looking dangerous at the moment for Durham. This one's a lot straighter from Turner. Traps Bryce on the crease, but she manages to just nudge it out into the leg side. The Banks Home Riverside, bathed in sunshine at the moment. This one's full and driven, but won't beat the field. So that ends the over. 5 from it, 84 for 2, the Blaze. Maybe at 16 in.
Yeah, and it's looking very, very scary early on already for Durham. They need to do something and do something quite drastically. My eyes at the moment fixated on that run rate. Blaze currently going at just over 5 runs and over, 5.3. Required run rate is only a tick under 3.5. So at the moment, very, very good stead to get through these 117 required runs. And get through them quite quickly as well. It looks like we've got another bowling change making its way here for Durham. Maddie Villiers is going to have a bowl. Had 9 overs in game 1. Bowled pretty well, none for 39. Ooh. First ball popping up there onto Catherine Bryce.
Some immediate turn there.
That one doesn't really turn, just does get a sort of top edge. Won't quite reach the rope. And Marlowe there doing the fielding. Will pick up a couple though.
That's where the length's really important on this pitch. Can't allow them to keep playing off the back foot.
This time does force Catherine Bryce onto the front foot. Doesn't quite time it, but is able to get it into a vacant area on the offside and scamper away for one. Still staying in a runner ball at the moment though. 20 off 20 for Catherine Bryce. Sarah on 7 off 11. Was a sweeping fielder. Just going to come up a bit closer. Crashes into the pads. A very muted and tame shout from Maddie Villiers for LBW, but always rising. That one dragged down a little bit, trying to get a bit more pace onto that one, but Sarah Bryce was keen to it. Is this breakthrough going to come, if it is indeed going to come? Flighted up and just met with a roller down the ground to mid-on. And that will end the over. Another 4 runs off it. The start of Maddie Villiers' spell. Blaze 88 for 2.
Yeah, it's gone into cruise mode, the game, hasn't it, a little bit here. What can Durham do to change that? From a Blaze point of view, they'll just want to keep going as they're going. This partnership developing nicely between Catherine and Sarah Bryce. 88 for 2, just 113 needed for victory.
To make things even scarier for for Durham defensively here at this point. In the Durham batting innings, the end of the 17th over, they were 65 for 2.
It's a good take that from Heath down the leg side, but it'd be another wide from Turner.
That was more something we saw from Grace Thompson in game 1, was being a little bit wider and a little bit more errant. 4 wides for her in game 1.
And again, nice and straight, but this one down the leg side. And will be a leg bye.
Big shout from Heath in particular behind the stumps. He's the only one that was really interested in that. I initially thought that there was a little tickle of bat on it first from Sarah Bryce, but leg bye it will be.
Oh, this one's guided, but fine. It's going to take some real stopping down there, and that's excellent fielding from Fraser down in the deep, right down in front of our commentary position. And she's just checking with the ground staff that was okay. I'm sure she knew it was. Just making sure might get a little extra clap from the lads. That's driven beautifully out through the covers. And this will race away for 4 more. Unbelievable timing from Catherine Bryce. That's Phoebe Turner. This once again driven through that vacant region for 4.
Yeah, fantastic shot from Catherine Bryce. Looks like it's a really, really good touch to start off this season. Not letting up whatsoever from her game 170 against Lancashire. The Blaze slowly creeping towards that sub 3 figures mark needed to win.
There's a few little changes happening out here, Ben, just adjusting the field a little bit, trying to turn the strength of Bryce into an opportunity for a wicket. Oh, she obliges with a squarer drive this time. More work for Fraser in the deep, who does well. And there'll be another 2. And dare I say it, but Catherine Bryce is looking in fantastic touch here.
Really, really difficult here from Durham. I think they're slightly reaching to that point where just trying to throw anything at the wall and seeing if it'll stick.
Oh, I thought there was a little tickle on that one as that one beats the edge of Bryce. And through to Bess Heath behind the stumps, but it might have to go back to Katie Levick here, I think. Just look for that experience and wicket-taking prowess of Katie Levick to come on, but at the end of the over, the Blaze are cruising. Absolutely cruising.
Yeah, 3rd over of the Blaze batting innings that they've scored 10 plus runs.
98 for 2. Catherine Bryce 28. Sarah Bryce on 8.
And at this stage of the game for Durham, they were 28 runs behind. As some nice movement from Sarah Bryce there. Will only pick up the 1 as Maddie Villiers comes back into the attack from the Finkel end.
Yeah, it was really nice footwork, that forward press onto the back foot.
Neat little tickle there into the leg side, but you've got short fine leg back there waiting.
It's time for Susie Bates, just for a bit of mind games of one of the legends of the game.
Bit of width there, and first real sort of false stroke that we've seen Catherine Bryce try and play.
Nice work from Heath behind the stumps.
And then driving and timing it beautifully as well. 3 fielders are going to chase. The sweeper will get there. No, just will she, won't she? I think they've just managed to keep it in bounds between both Emma Marlowe. Can't quite see who the second fielder was there as well, giving chase. But what it will mean is that that is the 100 up for the Blaze. It's taken them just over an hour to do it. And 18.4 overs as well.
I think it was the skipper, Holly Armitage, out there getting the second touch.
As they will continue to pile on. Just the 1 run there. After Catherine Rice ran the 3. Sarah gets the 1 there to return the strike. That puts us at 103 for 2.
Catch it. Oh, my days. That is
Put
as
down.
Simple as it gets from Muddy Villiers.
Yeah, there'll be question marks as to whether it was a bump ball or not, potentially, but what is for certain is 19 overs are gone. The Blaze 103 for 2 and need just 98 more runs to win here in Chester Street.
That's 100% a chance. And a simple one that should be taken at this level, and Maddie Villiers will be very disappointed that she's put that down. I think we are going to see Katie Levick into the attack from the Lumley end. And that could have been a huge moment in the game. Catherine Bryce is absolutely flying at the moment. Offered a simple return catch that was grasped by Villiers. And lovely running, lovely batting from these two.
It's just floated up there as well from Katie Levick to Sarah Bryce.
Yeah, strength of Levick's bowling into the pitch and at the stumps. That one's short and cut away. Leah Dobson out in the deep will do the fielding. With a nice return. It's a beautiful afternoon for batting here at Chesley Street. The Banks Homes Riverside and the Blaze are motoring towards their target of 201.
Yeah, it was really, it goes back all the way to the toss as well at the start of the day. It was a really, really interesting surface to look at just on the pictures. A lot of greenery around, looked like it was a good bowling toss to win from the Blaze. That didn't really pay off until the back end of the innings. Oh!
Was there a little edge there, Ben, do you think?
It sounded like there was a noise. There was certainly a noise.
There's definitely a noise there as that one's crunched through the covers. Yeah, Heath struggled a little bit on Wednesday, grassing a few balls. Not sure from the body language, it didn't indicate that there was an edge, but I'm with you, there was a noise there. That's nice batting. Using the depth of the crease, Sarah Bryce pushing that one away.
Yeah, beautiful little stroke.
And that brings up the 50 partnership between Catherine and Sarah Bryce. Catherine, the dominant partner. She's on 32. Sarah Bryce is on 14. It's been an outstanding partnership. Just as there was a slight wobble with the two experienced internationals, Amy Jones and Tammy Beaumont, going so quickly together. But these two have put on 50 and in 50 in a hurry as well. That ends Katie Levick's third over. She has none for 12. And Durham with it all to do here, right up against it, as the Blaze are on 108 for 2 after 20.
Yeah, not even at the halfway stage of the innings here from the Blaze, and they're already chipping away at that target to reach just 93 runs now.
28 ahead on that comparison as well, Ben. That's probably an indication of where the two sides are right now.
Yeah, which is interesting because it was the third wicket stand and the third wicket partnership that was so important for Durham. As that one is going to be guided down to third. There's going to be a chase on here. Doing well is Catherine Fraser. She will be able to just beat the ball to the boundary. But the Blaze will run hard between the wickets. That's another 3 that's picked up. It's still quite a long way to go, but if Durham can just break this partnership, it'll be a little bit of something. Villiers changes the angle, goes round the wicket this time. Good dive there. I think that was Grace Thompson doing the fielding at limit on.
Absolutely spot on. It was Grace Thompson.
Bit of width. And Bryce will just gently offer the bat at it. No need to do anything too flamboyant at the moment when you're 33 off, what about 35?
Yeah, cruising.
Full face defensive. Interesting here from Villiers that she's electing to go around the wicket to Sarah Bryce. And is coming over to Catherine here. 2 right-handers, so it's not a case of a left-right hand combination. So that one straightens up on Sarah, dabs gently to Thompson. I think maybe that might just be a case more of what we said earlier, just trying to throw anything into the wall and see if it'll work. As cut away off the back foot, slight misfield will allow Sarah Bryce to get through for 1 run and retain the strike. End of the 21st over. The Blaze 113 for 2.
Yeah, doing it nicely, especially this pair. That's 2 excellent partnerships. 55 up front from Jones and Beaumont. A little wobble, 2 quick wickets, and then this pair again putting on 55 so far. So it's good work from the Blaze, building in partnerships and really breaking open this run chase. Just requiring 201 for victory there now, 113 for 2 after 21. Again, another cut. Do his bowling a little bit straighter here. Durham really attacking the stumps. Both Bryces look very, very strong through the offside. And Levick just a little bit down the leg side. Signalled wide by umpire Milt.
Yeah, even saw Sarah Bryce trying to advance down the crease there. So,
and this one's even wider down the leg side. Simple decision. Wind really blustery across the ground now. Going across the right now, right to left on your screens. Across from the leg to the offside of the batters. And that's again cut away. A little bit tighter to off stump this time from Levick. and this one again is down the leg side. Just lost the radar a little bit here, the experienced Levick.
Yeah, I think that's
really trying to attack the stumps.
Yeah, I think it's symptomatic of...
Yeah, she's right on the money.
I was about to say, I think it's symptomatic of the overall sort of performance and slight mentality out there.
This one's tossed up. Bryce advances down. Sarah Bryce this time down the pitch. Doesn't get all of it, but gets plenty of it and hits it over mid-wicket for 4. Good batting from the Blaze pair.
It's really, really poor delivery-wise as well from Katie Levick.
And again, back on the back foot and getting this one out into the gap on the offside. So, nice little over that one. 8 from it for Levick. And all the questions and all the pressure is on Durham here, as the Blaze are serenely going about their business. 121 now for 2 from 22 overs.
Yeah, very, very difficult game, I think, in general here to have to face for Durham, and the Blaze do go on and win this game, which they're certainly set like they're poised to do. Just 80 runs required to take victory. That one is padded away. All eyes will be on that batting collapse and what happened and how on earth you're able to throw 6 of your wickets away to clean bowled. Down the track. Didn't quite get all of it, but doesn't need to. Whether it's Sarah or Catherine, the Bryce girls in fine touch. And it's another boundary for the Blaze.
Yeah, making short work of this total. 125 now for 2. And Sarah Bryce catching up. She's on 27, Catherine's on 33.
Stayed down the leg side. And easy wide to give from umpire Naeem. That's the 7th wide of the innings from Durham so far. It's that time floated up, but timed again straight through the gap. 3 fielders will give chase, and they'll catch up this time. And it looks like just pumping the brakes. They're not looking to go for the 3rd. Sarah Bryce wants to keep that strike and go chasing after Catherine with a little bit more intent. 29 off 32. She moves on to now.
What can Durham choose to change this? Holly Armitage. She's got a few different options up her sleeve. She's got Emma Marlowe, she's got Susie Bates. She could go back to Grace Thompson. But nothing so far seems to be working. Maddie Villiers created the chance to break through and grasped a pretty simple return caught and bowled.
I'm not sure whether there is too much that can be done with the way that these two girls are seeing it, and especially when you're sending up full tosses like that get slapped away onto the leg side for 1 bounce and 4. When you're trying to find your way back into a game of cricket, that is the last thing that you want to put onto your team. Another boundary off of the over, the end of the 23rd. Blaze 132 for 2.
A pair of Bryces and a pair of 33s on the board. As you rightly said, 132 now for 2. Just 69 required for victory from 27 overs. Absolutely cruising along the Blaze. And we are going to see Susie Bates. Thought we might see just something different. A little change up from the captain. Holly herself can bowl some leg spin. And it might just be, what can Durham do to try and change it up here? on a beautiful Sunday afternoon here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Bates, her first ball, is driven down to long on by Catherine Bryce, who now nips back in the lead.
Yeah, it is very, very difficult. I think, obviously, key number one, dislodge this partnership in any way, shape or form. Both of these girls are in fine touch at the moment. Don't look like they're going to get out in any hurry, but we thought that with Holly Armitage and Maddie Villiers, and look what happened. So that's key number one, and number two is to do exactly what the Blaze did and build off of that. Get those big wickets linking together.
I guess the beauty of winning the toss and chasing this down is they know that they don't have to get to 250, 260.
Mm-hmm.
They only need the 200 to win. And at the moment are absolutely cruising towards that. This one again is cut away, and this is going to take some stopping as well out on the offside. In fact, it will race away for 4 more. Catherine Bryce moves on to 38 with her 5th boundary. And the Blaze under 138 for 2.
Yeah, that chasing total just gets slimmer and slimmer and slimmer. Only a 2.4 run rate required. I don't think I've seen the Blaze dip under 5.
Another single there to Bryce. Gives her on to 39. Brings Sarah back onto strike, who's on 34. Last ball of Susie Bates' first over. Struck on the pad, and it's out! It's given. Sarah Bryce just getting across her crease. It was flatter.
Yeah, huge
And
breakthrough.
yeah, right across. Susie Bates convinced that that was out. Big shout, and Sarah Bryce goes for 34 from 37. And a much needed wicket, 139 for 3, the Blaze.
Yeah, huge wicket. Huge wicket there as we get ourselves towards the halfway stage of the Blaze batting innings as well. That closes the 24th over. So it's 139 for 3. Still a lot of work for Durham to do, but we got through checkmark number 1, and that's break up this important Bryce partnership. Now it's going to be, can Durham get a second wicket before the halfway stage, before that drinks break? And can they continue to let the wickets tumble as Georgia Elwes makes her way out to the crease?
Yeah, there's no end to the experience in this side at the moment. Georgia Elwes, the new batter to the crease. Susie Bates 1 for 7 from her first over. 62 required for victory for the Blaze.
I think Grace Thompson has come back into the attack from the Finkel end to bowl one more over before that halfway stage. With first ball up a little bit slower as well to Catherine Bryce. And we'll go through for 1 run. So that brings an end to Maddie Villiers' first spell. It was pretty expensive, 25 for none of 4 overs, with that big 11-run over as what was her last of this first spell. And all of a sudden the chatter starting to creep back in for Durham. Yorker played away nicely off of the toes as Georgia Elwes gets away. Not too dissimilar to Durham in their batting attack. Villiers was the first to go. Armitage stuck around. Can Thompson dislodge Catherine Bryce? Those full Yorkers will certainly help. Just make Bryce think.
This is driven away by Bryce out into the covers to pick up another single.
Yeah, the Blaze will be content with that, just doing that now as well. They got off to such a quick and aggressive start. There's no need to stay so aggressive. You've done the hard work already. You've more than half the deficit to be able to win. Just 59 required.
A slower ball there from Thompson. Just pushed out into the covers.
Last ball before we reach the halfway stage. Blaze 142 for 3. After finally that Bryce pair partnership was broken by Susie Bates. Can Grace Thompson follow up? Goes the Yorker. It's straight onto middle and leg. Now Les does very, very well to dig it out and turn it into the leg side for the 1. So, end of the over. 4 runs from it.
We're going to have a drink.
We're going to have a drink at the halfway stage of the Blaze batting innings. They are 143 for 3. Just 58 more runs required for them to win their first game of this Metro Bank one-day cup campaign.
Yeah, 143 for 3, the Blaze. At the same stage, Durham were 106 for 2. So, there you go. Huge disparity there. 37 run difference. Even though there was 1 wicket. But a lot of regrouping for Durham to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, as I said a little bit ago, the big thing to keep an eye on, the big thing that will be to learn from here from Durham will be what happened in that batting collapse and how it happened as well. Got a few days to be able to regroup until they go to play Surrey on Wednesday morning. Blaze on the road as well in Game 3. They will be away to Warwickshire. But, yeah, you look down the scorecard after that impressive 45 and 81 from Holly Armitage. The rest of the batters, Bess Heath 6 bowled, Leah Dobson 8 bowled, both by Sarah Glenn. Phoebe Turner caught and bowled by Groves. Catherine Fraser caught and got bowled by Ballinger. Abby Glenn 2 bowled. Katie Levick 1 bowled. And it's low scores and in theory really simple things to be able to avoid.
Yeah, especially on this good batting surface, you'd be disappointed that only 4 of your batters have got into double figures. Only one of them's exceeded 50. Had the one nice partnership between Villiers and Armitage of 114, but apart from that, hasn't really been that other meaningful contribution. You can see straight away, even though it was 2, it was 55 in a crack from the opening pair from the Blaze, and then immediately you had another partnership after the double loss between the Bryce sisters, really pushing on there. So Durham with it all to do here after drinks. Yeah,
there is still time, however, though. Still 25 overs remain, still 58 runs to play with at the moment. It's certainly not over by any stretch of the imagination. We saw how quickly the Blaze managed to band together all of those wickets at the back end of their bowling innings. Durham will have to recreate that and then some here to be in with a chance of winning. Still close games at the moment around the rest of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Essex 77 for 1 at the moment, currently chasing 290. Surrey are 71 for 4. They're chasing 260 at Southampton. And Lancashire are in firm control at Taunton, 125 without loss.
It's a good start from Lancashire, that, isn't it?
It's a very, very good start.
Big win over the Blaze in game 1 as well.
Yeah, it was a very good chase as well that the Blaze set them. 234 all out. Catherine Bryce with that 70 being the pick of the batters. Lancashire chased it down with just 2 wickets lost as well. 235 for 2. Emma Lamb, 130 not out.
And Bates is in, and immediately the lap sweep comes into play from Georgia Elbers. She'll just pick up the 1. Just 57 now required for victory.
And that just continues to show the confidence that the Blaze are playing with at the moment. First ball after drinks, and you go with a ramp shot straight back over towards the fine leg area.
Bates around the wicket to Bryce. And again, feeding the cut, which is going to be at least 1. And Bryce touches and comes back for 2. Excellent bit of running. Not much that Dobson could do out there in the deep to prevent that. Bryce picks up another couple moves onto 43. So the wind really picking up across the ground.
Yeah, just wonder if that'll be able to help Durham out a little bit, particularly from the Lumley end.
This one's short and cut straight out to Dobson, who fumbles. And another poor bit of fielding has allowed a second run. Dobson's been pretty good in the field. Should be disappointed there that on this excellent surface that she's managed to miss that one. It's been symptomatic of both sides. The fielding's been below par. And she'll get a chance to redeem herself immediately, as she does. Another run to Bryce. He's absolutely in cruise mode now. 46 to her name. 3 to Georgia Elwes.
Dobson's just been brought up there from the sweeper roll up towards more point. Looks like long leg is coming in as well to help just try and protect the ones.
This one's flatter and pulled away. Oh, and brilliant piece of fielding out in the deep by Maddie Villiers. Saved a certain boundary. Absolutely outstanding out there. And that brings up the 150 now for the Blaze. They move on to 151 for 3. With just 50 required for victory.
Yeah, that's good work there from both bat and ball. Realistically there. Try and save the ones, but in the end just try and cut away and force the fielders that are out there covering to work for it. And big credit to Durham there, was able to save the extra 2 there of Maddie Villiers, but still these 1s and 2s are adding up. Just 50 required to win now as Thompson comes in to bowl. $151 for 3. 8 runs off of that second Susie Bates over. And Thompson, who was so strong in game 1. This is a better start. Couple of fuller deliveries bordering on that Yorker length. Just forcing Catherine Bryce to have to play. Jam the bat into the ground as well. Just try and slow the run rate down before getting a little bit more inventive Again, trying to drive on the up there is Bryce, but picks out fielder at cover. I think that's Maddie Villiers there. Beg your pardon, it's Catherine Fraser, who's just getting herself a little limber, as is Susie Bates. Oh, great piece of fielding. Great piece of fielding. Just back behind square in the offside. Save an extra couple of runs. You can see what it means to them, these Durham women wanting to continue on as they started here against Essex. It's been an uphill battle and continues to be. And there's a loose one from Grace Thompson. Straight down the leg side. And an easy wide to call for umpire Naeem. That's the 8th wide of the Durham bowling innings, level with the amount that the Blaze gave up as well.
Oh, that's a nice piece of timing.
Very, very nice. Not a bad delivery by any stretch of the imagination. And the ball just doesn't slow up enough as it crashes into the rope. And that will bring up the 50 for Catherine Bryce, who has been in fantastic form to kick off this Metro Bank one-day cup campaign. A 70 at Trent Bridge on Wednesday, backed up by another 50 here in Chester Street off 51 balls as well, so she's done it in great time. 6 fours to help carry her there as well. A full toss straight after it, and it's going to be another 4 racing through the offside. And Catherine Bryce, as Ash Thorpe said earlier on, in absolute cruise mode, heading back-to-back 4s. And that will end the over. 9 runs off it. 160 for 3.
Yeah, I'm scratching my head, and I'm sure that Holly Armitage and the Durham crew are scratching their heads at the moment. Where to turn, what to do. It's a real tough one out there, knowing that this game is motoring away from you. How do you get a handle on it? What can you do to change it? Well, Holly Armitage has gone to Catherine Fraser to try and arrest some control in this game. But at the moment, Catherine Bryce's innings had a better to run on a ball. Georgia Elvis has got the best seat in the house. Well, she's on strike at the moment. Oh, sneak up and bowl it. That might have been our opportunity at Durham while she wasn't watching. But again, short and wide and punished. And that will race away across the ground and across the square for 4. Seen so many boundaries hit today in that area. 164 now for 3.
Yeah, and you say about scratching your head and trying to figure out, if you're the Durham coaching staff, what to do. I don't think there's anything you can do, and it's a horrible feeling to feel like you're just a passenger at this point.
It's a nice comeback from Fraser. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, that almost false belief that you can get back into it somehow. You really want to will something to happen. And sometimes the harder you try, the more you force it and the more that things go wrong. But this is a learning experience. They had it all their own way pretty much in Game 1. They've been up against it against a very, very good Blaze side in Game 2. And that's a gorgeous shot.
Oh,
and that's been the difference. I talked a little bit about that in the first innings, how the Durham batters didn't use their feet and try and hit strong down the ground. We've seen quite a bit of that from these Blaze batters in the second innings. I know they've got the freedom. I know they're well in front of the game. But that's pretty risk-free batting. That you're using your feet, getting to the pitch, and you're hitting strong down the ground. Georgia Elvis picks up another boundary.
Yeah, it's just short-form cricket 101.
And then you force the ball off the back foot, and then you put that away as well. That's gorgeous batting from Georgia Elvis. And again, if there's anything Durham can be learning from the way that this batting innings has happened. 3 boundaries in this over. And again, all risk-free. I know Durham have brought the field up trying to create something. Hasn't quite worked now as Dobson goes back out on the boundary as a sweeper on the offside. But that's brilliant batting in that over from Georgia Elwes. Change of bowling to try and make things happen. And Elwes made things happen all right with 3 boundaries in the over. She's on 17. And the Blaze, in the blink of an eye, need 29 to win.
Yeah, they do indeed. 12 runs off of that over. It's the equal highest total that a single over has gone for from the Durham bowling. That was all the way back in the 7th over off of Grace Thompson, the last ball of her first spell. But you're right, it is just those simple things that have been done right at the moment from a batting perspective. As Phoebe Turner is going to come back into the attack from the Finkel end. As Durham continue the quest to try and find something, anything from this game. As you say, Ash, there will be a lot of lessons to learn.
Yeah, it is, and that's the beauty, and that I was talking to Danny Hazel about before the game, and how do you want to approach this, and do you want to bat first or bowl first, and they're still trying to come up with their method on how they want to play the game. They're probably a little bit behind some of the other teams in this competition who have kind of more established squads and I guess a pattern of play that they recognise. But at the end of the day, this is the second game. They got off to an absolute flyer and a great start with a big win over Essex and being brought back down to earth today with a pretty humbling game so far. I'm not going to say defeat because it's not over yet.
As Bryce tries to drive down the ground, but mid-off is there, ready, patrolling.
But I'm sure there's plenty of notes that have been taken from Danny Hazel, Kyle Kurtzer and Nathan Rimington up there on the balcony, and how to move the team forward for Game 3 at Surrey. Like you're saying, that'll be a tough test as well because they've probably got an even bigger roster than the Blaze.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is we've been quite a bit of a dampener put on this game this afternoon, but it is one of the more exciting aspects of joining into a brand new team, a new core, new formation of this cup competition. As that's up and gone, and finally a breakthrough, and it is Phoebe Turner once again. And Catherine Bryce, after looking in very, very fine touch throughout her batting innings, has to depart 54 off 57. The Blaze 172 for 4. And maybe, just maybe, the door isn't quite slammed shut yet.
Oh, I love your optimism. Catherine Bryce goes for 54, caught by the skipper Armitage in the covers off the bowling of Phoebe Turner, who's picked up a couple of wickets again today. So, it's not all doom and gloom from a Durham point of view at the moment. They look like they're on the end of a pretty heavy defeat, but you've got the likes of Phoebe Turner, who's taken a couple of wickets. You've got Holly Armitage, who's continued her good form. Maddie Villiers has made her first contribution with the bat at her first opportunity. Can Durham just sneak a few more wickets to build that confidence before they hit the road?
Well, on course for what would be the second wicket maiden of the game and the second for Phoebe Turner. Orla Prendergast will face this final ball of this over.
Why not make it a double wicket maiden? Let's get greedy.
Now who's the optimistic one?
Yeah.
As fielder comes across from leg side to offside, that's Catherine Fraser. Sweeper comes in to close range on the leg side and in towards silly mid-on. That's Leah Dobson. In comes Turner. And that's well navigated by Orla Prendergast. But importantly, some light being shone on Chestler Street on what has been a very bright day for the most part with the weather. Durham finally having something to beam about. Second wicket maiden, 172 for 4.
Yeah, and this is where can Durham just put the nerves into that Blaze change room by going bang bang and taking back-to-back wickets. I think Katie Levick, if she's not, should come back into the attack. I think she will. And it looks like that is the case from Holly Armitage. You want to bring your best bowlers on in the big moments and just try and get that extra breakthrough. Katie Levick, leading wicket taker in domestic cricket, is back into the attack from the Lumley end. Can she spark a bit of fear? And first ball is cut away, and that doesn't help Abby Glenn as there's another misfield. And that is something that they'll definitely look at. I think both sets of coaches will look at the ground fielding.
Yeah, you read my mind there, Ash. I was about to say just that. It's definitely going to be an area of slight concern for both sides moving forwards.
I don't think Levick will like the amount of time she's been played off the back foot either. I think that you could probably say that for most of the slow bowlers today. Batters have played really well off the back foot. 174 now for 4. And that's swept away. Watch the spin. Comfortably fielded out in the deep. But a nice sweep shot, nice positive sweep shot there from Georgia Elvis, who looks in great touch herself since she's come to the wicket. 3 beautiful boundaries in the last over from Fraser. And again, it's short and played off the back foot. It's in the gap. And it's running across this square really quickly. Leah Dobson chases it down and fires it back in to Bess Heath. Another couple.
Just saw there, I don't know if it was in your picture or not, but Prendergast and Ellis just bumped together there as they were trying to cross and come back for the second run. Quite fortunate that 2 fielders didn't reach that a little bit sooner.
That's better. Getting the batter on the front foot. A little bit of turn from Katie Levick. Bowling into this blustery breeze which is coming across the ground from right to left. This one's full again and just pushed. Much more difficult to score off that length of delivery with the field that's been set, and that ends the over. 5 from it from Levick. The Blaze 177 for 4. Georgia Elvis already on 19. Ola Prendergast on 3.
Indeed. Just 24 more runs to find for the Blaze. But what they won't want to do is fall into the trap that Durham did, potentially, in the back end of their innings, and see that target and get a little bit carried away. Obviously, it was a little bit different with Durham trying to set the target. Saw the good start that they had, the good partnership between Armitage and Villiers. As Thompson is charged, Turner I should say. Ellis just finding the 1 run.
Can Turner get another breakthrough?
Yeah, just need to not do anything too silly. Keep line, keep length. And just like that. Forced Prendergast into a bit of a wild swing and miss. Didn't make double figures in game 1 with the bat. Ola Prendergast, I think she made about 13 before she was caught. There was 1 boundary in that 13 that she made as well, so certainly not one to discredit with the bat. Oh, it goes again. Big shout. But it was a lone shout.
Yeah, Susie Bates all on her own at mid-on there. Got a little look from the umpire.
Squirting off the bottom edge of the bat of Prendergast, but squirts into the safe short leg side. Gets off strike, 4 off 8. And gets Elvis back on 20 off 14 balls for Georgia Elvis thus far. 22 to win. Oh,
Out.
Big appeal and got her! Top edge, there was a little noise. Turner immediately with a finger up as she carried her follow through. And Georgia Elvis has to depart for 20 off 15 deliveries. Now then, do we start taking the comeback a little bit seriously?
Yeah, why not? What's the worst that could happen? But now Turner got the knack at taking wickets. She's picked up another 179 for 5. Caught by Bess Heath. And why not? Why not?
Why not indeed? 22 runs for the Blaze to have to try and find, as Ella Claridge will make her way out to bat. And Phoebe Turner has 3 wickets now to her name. 2 in maidens.
Back-to-back overs.
Back-to-back overs indeed in this spell. And now starting to get that little bit of build-up of wickets falling. That's 3 wickets in the last 4 overs.
Get a slip in, skipper. Why not? Dare to dream. All that rubbish.
Final delivery of this 6th Phoebe Turner over. And it's a great delivery as well. Jags straight back in towards the top of middle and off. Claridge navigates it, but Phoebe Turner doing the hard yards once again. She's 3 for 24, and the Blaze 179 for 5.
Yeah, and what will please the captain and the coaching staff is that when all looked lost, she's run in and had a real crack and picked up some important wickets. She's got 3 for the day, 3 for 24 to back up her 4 in the first game. It's a great work by Phoebe Turner. What they'll want is now her to kick on with the bat. She's an incredible ball striker as well. Didn't trouble the scorers today. But now can Katie Levick. She just waits for a name to be announced. That's very kind, even though she bowled the previous over. Oh, an edge and no slip in place. I'm not sure it had carried to slip, but it would have definitely prevented a couple of runs. That's good from Levick. Just a few little nerves in the Blaze camp. As you would expect, 2 new batters at the crease. Ola Prendergast and Claridge just new to the crease. Oh, that's a lovely sweep shot. She'll get at least 1. And touch and come back to 2 as Marlowe does the fielding out in the deep.
Yeah, it's very interesting. You mentioned about the nerves, and particularly with Ola Prendergast at the crease, her being the fresher batter out of the 2 before Elvis departed. The shot that Elvis tried to play.
And again on the back foot, good fielding. Is it Leah Dobson there?
Yeah, it is indeed. But yeah, the shot that Elvis tried to play that got it dismissed, you would have expected Prendergast to be the one to just sort of fling the bat errantly at it.
It's good length from Lev. Good line and length. Yeah, I like that. Levick just finding her rhythm here. Bowling into a pretty gusty breeze across the ground. Yeah, really attacking the stumps there to finish off that over with 4 dots. Although the Blaze will be happy with that 183 for 5. Just 18 required for victory. But can Turner do it again? Can she get wickets in back-to-back-to-back overs?
Yeah, well, she was the pick of the bowlers along with Katie Levick in game 1, wasn't she? 4 wickets for 33 runs, 8 overs through. Katie Levick 3 for 28 off 10 against Essex. Levick hasn't quite been able to find that wicket-taking rhythm, but found a little bit there in those last 2 overs. Turner jams it in. Good sound from a bowling perspective to come off of the bat of Ella Claridge, who on a third delivery there made just the one against Lancashire on Wednesday. 1 off 4 before she was caught by Mack. Wide and a swing and a miss. That's probably just slightly helped out Phoebe Turner there, that Claridge elected to try and play that.
It was a dream ball to get off the mark there for Ella Claridge that she's missed out on. Just inside the blue guidelines. As is that one.
Yeah, again width, but doesn't time it well. Gets the applause from the crowd in here as well at the Banks Homes Riverside.
See the Blaze team bus just pulling up round the ground.
Had the call for the coaching staff saying this one's probably not going to last too much longer. Oh, big thick outside edge. No slip or gully in play. So Claridge will escape with just the 1 run. Gets her off the mark, and importantly for her, gets her off strike as well after a couple of hopeful swings and misses. Wide onto the offside. Prendergast, driven, finds the gap. Didn't quite time it as well as she maybe could have, but did enough to be able to squeak it through. And they'll get 2 more. Prendergast up to 10. On the last ball of this Phoebe Turner over. Most expensive of the spell so far. And that's a very, very nice delivery to finish. Wide, but jagging straight back in. Hits the bottom edge. And ends the over. 33 overs gone. 186 for 5.
Yeah, almost last rights here at the Banks Homes Riverside. 186 for 5. Just 15 required for victory. Phoebe Turner doing her utmost to keep the home fans interested. And the home team. 3 for 27, her figures. Katie Levitt, can she join the party? It's not often she goes wicketless. She has none for 29 so far from her 6. Can she join the party and take a wicket and just put the jitters into that Stars change room? Sorry, the Blaze change room.
I think the jitters are already in the Stars change room. The season's not even kicked off yet.
Absolutely.
But yeah, this is... It has been throughout pretty much the start of this bowling innings has been a crucial part of the game.
Oh, good flight from Levick, inviting the drive.
But this even more so. 2 still relatively fresh batters at the crease. Prendergast only faced 16. Claridge, that was her 7th delivery she's faced.
And again, driven, taking on mid-off. The direct hit might have had people interested, but safely home. Again, similar to a run that Durham took in that first innings, away to the left of the mid-off, who's having to run around and throw back across their body. It was a good single from Ella Claridge. Oh, and that's hit and hit hard down the ground. And any jitters that may have been in the Blaze or the Stars change rooms has just been alleviated with a lusty blow down the ground. Just 10 now required for victory. Prendergast moving on to 14. The lovely strike.
Fantastic strike. And as we've said time and time again, one of the biggest things that was absent in the Durham batting innings was a little bit of that bravery, a little bit of that freedom.
Levick short, and this is cut away off a thick outside edge. That is running away down towards the third man boundary, where Fraser does the fielding and athletically throws on the swivel back into Bess Heath. 2 more to the total, 8 required now for the Blaze. Yeah, right on the money to finish from Levick. 7 from that over. Just the 8 required. Ben, as this game is cruising to a close, the Blaze have been pretty clinical in their run chase.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. And I think, number one, obviously you've had that very, very strong partnership at the start, but you've continued to have strong partnerships through Catherine and Sarah Bryce. The biggest thing for me that's been the difference maker has been that bravery, has been that little bit of flair and creativity. The Blaze not afraid to take the bowlers on, particularly the spinners. We didn't really see that from Durham. There's big outside edge, but it's going to run away towards third. Claridge gets an extra run for her troubles. But yeah, the Blaze just been a lot braver, a lot more fire in the belly to try and take bowlers on and make them pay for the bad balls all over the ground. It's not just been in one area. Good reply there from Turner.
Yeah, she's had a real crack here, Phoebe Turner. Been impressed with her attitude and her efforts. She's picked up her rewards with 3 wickets. Too late. But you can't fault the effort from the youngster.
Good movement again there. Into the top of middle and off. Yeah, 3 for 28 off what is now 7.3 with 2 maidens. You certainly don't mind that as a set of individual bowling figures, but obviously it's a collective game, and collectively a bit more work needs to be done as this campaign continues on. Of course, so many different forms that we'll be directing attention to as well. An even shorter form of the game with the T20s. The long form getting underway soon as well as we get right into the cricket season.
It's mad. It feels like it's well underway. It's not even the end of April yet.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Second weekend of league cricket. Just coming to an end. Second game for the girls. The lads seem about 500 games in already.
Driven, but nicely fielded there at point. And that will end the over. Another economical over from Phoebe Turner. Just the 1 run from it. 194 for 5. 7 for the Blaze to find for victory.
Yeah, that comparison, 155 for 2 at the same stage. Well, even though you would take that Durham at that stage, you would expect to be putting on a huge, well, not a huge total, but looking north of 250.
Yeah.
Conservatively, I think, at that stage, you've still got 15 overs. Scoring at a run a ball, that gets you 250. But yeah, they'll be very disappointed how they ended their innings. Be interesting to get the thoughts of probably the skipper and maybe the head coach after a loss. It's who normally fronts up, isn't it? Do all the brave stuff, let the players celebrate the glory, and the coaches will take the brunt of the questions. Oh, how was that squeezed through? And that's got to be close to a stumping. Maybe just a little bit slow to react, Bess Heath, after she got the ball in her hand. Little bit happening there. That's good, just creating a bit of confusion and chaos at the crease.
Yeah, all seemed to happen in a bit of a flurry there, but like you say, I think Bess Heath just a little slow to react.
Oh, wow, that's an absolute peach from Levick. Pitching on off stump and spinning away. Tell you who will be happy with this is Victor Main. Will be absolutely thrilled with this pitch. It's offered something for everybody. He bowled in good areas. It's got a bit of nip for the batters. It's had pace that you can play off front and back foot. The outfield's like lightning. Now we've seen some nice bits of turn in this second innings of the game. And that slog swept away. Ella Claridge bravely, after struggling earlier in the over, gets down the pitch and heaves that away over the leg side for 4 more to put the Blaze on a brink of victory with just 3 required.
Yeah, that's a great shot there, and especially for the mindset of Ella Claridge there, like you say, to almost be stumped 2 balls ago, then have that jaffa of a delivery and slog sweep and just dab into the offside for 1 to retain the strike as well, going into what could be the final over with just 2 runs required.
Yeah, it looks like Katie Levick will go wicketless. She has none for 41 from 8. I'm going to let Turner continue. She's really carried this bowling attack today. 3 for 28, her figures from 8 overs. Been absolutely outstanding, the youngster.
I'll still battle through for every ball though. Will Durham, as Turner strides in, throws the hands at it, does Claridge, but into the fielder for no run. As we say, their next game on Wednesday, as the Durham travel down to Surrey, and the Blaze will be up against Warwickshire, also on the road on Wednesday, as the one-day competition rages on. They'll be back here at the Banks Home Riverside as well. This might do it. It won't yet for Claridge, not looking to take the glory herself. Scores are level as the 200 comes up for the Blaze. 36.2 overs, just over 2 hours it's taken them to get through it. All Prendergast. Goes on to strike. Yeah, as we say, the Durham women will be back at Chester Street at the Banks Homes Riverside. Sunday the 4th of May. We'll host Somerset. Set for a 10:30 a.m. start. So, by all means, get yourself down to Chester Street for that one.
Yeah, support the girls for sure.
Absolutely.
They'll really want to turn the Riverside here into a fortress. Got off to a great start on Wednesday. Today hasn't been their day. If they've shown anything, they've shown that they're fighting to the end. Picked up 5 wickets.
Prendergast tries to advance. And
hits it about 1 metre.
Yeah, in the end, just sort of a cue ball shot. Straight down and spinning back into the crease line for no run.
The ground staff springing into action. The second 11 game here tomorrow for 3 days.
Yeah, that's against Sussex men's seconds. Starting tomorrow morning. Prendergast will have to wait 1 more over. There's another very, very strong piece of work from Phoebe Turner. Just 1 run off of it again. 200 for 5.
Yeah, just the one to win. Prolonging the agony, really, for this crowd and for the Durham players. There's nothing like sitting up on that balcony and know that you're 1 run away from winning this game as a new team, even though they've been around the Blaze in previous formats. This is a new start for them. They lost the first game. They'll be delighted to be 1-1 after hitting the road and expecting a tough test up here at the Riverside. They've got a tough contest, but they've been the better side by far, especially the last 10 overs of Durham's batting innings. And if you look down the batting card, which we'll go through in a moment, there hasn't been a particular standout innings, but they've all contributed, and that will be huge. And that's probably a fitting way for this game to end from a Durham perspective. It's a thick outside edge that trickles away, and the Blaze win this one by 5 wickets. Congratulations to Tammy Beaumont and her side, who have been the better team. You can't deny that. Durham got themselves into an excellent position with the bat at 164 for 2. But then a huge collapse of 8 for 36 saw them bowled out for 200 in the 48th over. Star of the show for Durham with the bat was Holly Armitage with 81. A couple of stars with the ball were Sarah Glenn. And the one who changed it all, unfortunately, I called it, was Josie Groves, who came in and took the wicket of Maddie Villiers. And that brought the collapse. Durham all out for 200. We'll go through the Blaze innings. We had Amy Jones, who come out and scored a runner ball 35 before she was caught and bowled by Catherine Fraser. Tammy Beaumont went soon after, top edging Phoebe Turner, who was caught by Armitage in the covers. We had then Sarah Bryce was LBW for 34 to Susie Bates. Catherine Bryce was then out, chipping one in the covers after making 54 off 57, probably the standout batter. Elwes a little cameo, 20 off 15. Prendergast 17 not out. Claridge 10 not out. And the win with 12 plus overs to spare.
Yeah, fantastic rounded performance from the Blaze here throughout the day. Give them so much credit. Give Durham the credit that they deserve as well, though. Holly Armitage, Maddie Villiers both batted fantastically in their partnership, but in the lead up to the Surrey game on Wednesday, a lot of analysis is going to be done. Number one, on that batting collapse and how that was able to be done. And number two, on the bowling attack and how they try and mix things up and create at least a few chances. There weren't too many half chances that were created throughout the space of that Blaze batting innings. It was only really the chances that were taken. So give credit there on the conversion for that, but definitely a lot to work on and a humbling experience in Game 2.
Yeah, lots to learn from, as you said there. We'll speak to the coaches and possibly the skipper after the game, which you can catch on the Durham Live YouTube station. But from us here, it's a victory for the Blaze by 5 wickets. We'll be back here on Sunday. Get down and support the girls here at the Banks Homes Riverside.